Another video. Okay, so let me get this ready for this. Okay. All right, so okay, where was I at? All right, I think I was right here. Excuse me. All right, what's going on, YouTube? Oh my God, bro. Oh, excuse me, y'all. What's going on, James Hudson? What's going on? How you doing? All right, so let me get the introduction back on. All right, what's going on, YouTube? It's real astrology back with another video. I want to give a shout out to all my fellow Pisceans out there, gang. You already know we in the building. Also want to give a shout out to all my two-twos and my three-threes and my two-two-twos and my three-three-threes and my seven-seven-sevens. And shout out to any other angelical numerical numbers that I may have forgot to mention. Also want to thank everybody for coming out to support the channel. Thank you. And those of you that are new, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click that bell notification and be notified of upcoming videos and content. And we're going to jump right in. Now, how you doing, James? How you doing? Like, there's been a lot going on today. So, today is like, bro, Scorpio been pretty heavy on my mind. And I got to address a lot of things that I had to get that monkey off my back, and I sure did. And I feel like I can't, bro. I just can't, bro. Like, I'd rather be alone, safe, and sorry than, uh, than just the mere fact of having a Scorpio present, if that makes sense. Yeah, definitely tap that like button, share it to someone that's a Scorpio. Maybe they need to hear this. But yeah, now, like I say, it's not just the mere fact of being a Scorpio of that it's not that just because you're a Scorpio that people secretly hate you, but it's like sometimes your behavior it gives off the I can't trust you type of vibes to where you don't reveal your true intentions, and that's why people don't like you. That's why people don't want to how can I that's why people secretly hate you. And just me and my personal preference or experience, I don't have no personal thing against Scorpios, but like I feel like their energy is definitely felt. So it's like if you feel uncomfortable around one, usually it's because they have something that they're secretly plotting against you. It could be something as petty as simply just secretly disliking you and you just don't know. See, it could be a secret that you just haven't figured out yet, but you could definitely feel it. And you feel that same feeling like if it's a spider in the room and you're just sitting there and you notice it's like you probably could be watching TV and then all of a sudden you subtly just feel like something's like crawling or something is like trying to get, from point A to point B, but just so happen that or just so happenly the spider cross your path to where you notice it and you're like, yo, if I let you slide, you're gonna end up either being in the bed with me, God forbid, or I don't want to get bit later. See, so you end up killing it before it gets to you, if that makes sense. So it's like when you're dealing with Scorpio, it's the same way. It's like you could feel them kind of like lurking, and then it's like they're not revealing, they're not telling you like what they're getting ready to do. So it's like it's you know what? I'm not even finna say it nice, bro. I don't like Scorpio, bro. I mean, I was gonna be nice to y'all, but fuck that. I'm gonna tell you. a spaz out, fam. I don't fuck with Scorpio, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I really apologize if it's somebody out there that really, you know what I'm saying, is a Scorpio and you not this way, but I don't fuck with Scorpios, bro. It is what it is, bro. Cause I feel like this, you it's like, to me, if I go into a situation, I'm all revealing my intent. Like, even if I know you don't like, I don't care. Like, I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna say and how I'm gonna be. If I don't like you, I'm gonna tell you to your face, and I'm not finna hide shit. Why would I hide something? But Scorpio's different. Appreciate that gift the show. Appreciate that. Put the little ears. Yo, I mean, it's a thing though. I take those ears, man, because I feel like, hey, man, they, you know what I'm saying, get a little something, a little energy going. But yeah, the thing about it is this, man. You have to reveal your intentions, bro. If you're a Scorpio, reveal your intentions, bro. Because you give off sneakiness, you give off this sneaky vibe that's like I said, that spider energy. It's like I don't I don't know you personally, but the way you moving, I'm not finna sit there and wait for you to bite me, if that makes sense. So I'm the type of person having rising Scorpio, I'm gonna attack first, bro. Especially if I feel threatened. If in other words, it's like a person can move, a person can move in the slightest subtle way. And they don't understand that you can see them. You can't like see exactly how they conceal what they're gonna do, but you could damn sure feel it. It's a sneakiness like a person comes to your door at 2 a.m., God forbid, and your ring camera catches that shadow where it's like, okay, somebody was at the door, but you didn't see a face. But your ring camera alerts you and says, oh, someone's at the door. You go to the camera, you don't see no one, but you see somebody's shadow of what looks like a person. That's Scorpio. It's like, yeah, your ass is outside, but you're making sure I can't see you, but you're outside. So you think I'm going to wait? You think I'm going to wait for you to be like, yeah, man, it's me? Obviously, you were trying to hide your first impression for a reason. You don't want to give me a chance to actually catch up to what you're doing until you do it. So I had a situation happen, guys, and I ended up getting I got a freaking just headache, bro, just because as a Piscean, I felt like I wanted to forgive. Ain't nothing wrong with a second chance, that's as we always think. And I said, you know what? It's a female too, Scorpio female. And mind you, there was the same Scorpio female. She hung up on me. Boom. I didn't even do anything wrong, but just simply, I disagreed with her. Something she was telling me, and I just disagreed, and she hung up on me. So it's like when she hung up on me, now in this shared circle of space, she's cool, meaning AKA she's married to my friend, which is a Pisces man, March 3rd. And they had, their little relationship is on and off. And then the last time I seen him, he's like, yo, me and the Scorpio, we're not together anymore. I said, whoa, really? I said, damn, y'all was just, you guys were like pretty much molded together. Like they were like locked in, and then all of a sudden they broke up. Then it was like, and I know this happens to me all the time, guys. As soon as I'm thinking like, oh, she's out the picture, because I was always feeling that feeling of like, yo, I don't feel comfortable around her, bro. And I was gonna tell him that, but when he told me they had split up, that they separated for a while, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm started feeling relaxed, like cool, boom. But as I was gonna say, as soon as I thought everything was all kosher, she pops back up. Oh, now they're back together. And then now she got whiffed that, oh, the Pisces, the Mars 6 Pisces is back in the picture. Now she's acting an ass, bro. Like now she's doing things like she like when she wants to be a part, she wants to third wheel it, and that's weird to me. Like she wants to come along now. Oh, you going to hang with Trey? Okay. Oh, I want to go. You wasn't doing that before though. It's like now you want to do things where it's weird, you guys, to where I'm saying all of that, right? And then here's the thing. The problem is that I know she's full of shit, bro. The problem is this. That now, you guys tell me in the chat, what the hell do you think is going on? I didn't listen. Even after I told her, look, man, I don't know okay, you say you're mad at me about something. You hung up in my face and I let it go. Boom. Deleted her number, blocked her, boot. Right? Then all of a sudden, and I will say on my behalf, yes, I did try to talk to her when me and him, we wasn't really like cool like that. I tried to talk to her just to see where I stood with her. Boom. She basically told me like, oh no, I'm not doing any of that. And then that was like, okay, cool. But then we chose to be friends. And then as we was being cool, having a conversation, I disagree with her. Mind you, she drinks. So I don't know if the alcohol just got a little, maybe that had some play in it. Boom. When she hung up, boom, I'm like, okay, whatever. And I never hit her back. Then, like I say, until now, as I came back around, the Pisces man, he's like, yo, my wife, she hates your guts, bro. She doesn't want to see you, doesn't want to. I said, that's cool, but why are you, what does that have to do with me if I'm hanging with you? Do you, like, are you literally spineless at this point? Like, bro, do you, like, not have a freaking, like, is she gonna tell you who to hang with, bro? Like, are you not in high school, dude? Like, you're a grown ass man. Like, oh man, she doesn't really want you around. I'm like, bro, so she's running you? Is she controlling the situation? And I'm like, bro, that's not even. You shouldn't even be telling me that because that's not. So what am I getting to? The thing is here, okay. Do you really think a person will mention you unless someone else mentioned you first, right? So I'm literally not even paying no mind. He tells me, like, calls me on the phone. He's like, yo, bro, I'm gonna just tell you right now, like, he was like, my wife, man, she really doesn't F with you, bro. Like, she doesn't even like, she's still mad at you and she still hates your guts. And then like after we've already all three of us face to face literally like squashed it. An hour later, she's already saying, I still hate him though. But I still hate him though. Bro, she said, oh, I still hate him. The only reason I squashed it was because of you, babe. Because, oh, I just wanted to, respect your friends and, whoop. No, fam, that's not, bro. You should have said all that shit when we was all three face to face. Why you gonna play it cool like, oh yeah, we're good. No, no grudge hell. We're good. Hour later, in secret, you're telling him, oh, by the way, I don't really fuck with Trey like that. Yeah, I still hate his guts. But then you sit up there and I unblocked you and did all these things. So I said, no, fuck that. When he telling me that made me say to myself, like, this is why I don't fuck with Scorpio. It's like a bipolar bullshit. It's like some bipolar shit to where 1 minute you're hot and 1 minute you're cold. Where it's like y'all fuck with people's emotions. Like then when somebody does it to you, you can't handle it. It's like, oh, you want to play with somebody and then say, oh, I'm sorry, it's all good, and then turn around and then do the complete opposite that quick. So I said, all right, cool. I'm gonna do the same thing. See, I'm gonna be petty now, and I'm gonna mirror and show you the same shit you just did. Where yeah, I said it was all good, but guess what? I unfriend you and blocked you again. See, so now and this time I'm not adding you back, and I'm not joining none of y'all little three-way calls and all y'all little three-way functionalities and shit. No, see, so somebody got to draw the line at some point. Because I'm not doing that facade shit. I'm not doing that fake stuff, bro. No. But I will say it's like this, man. The problem is that it was sitting on me so tough last night, I couldn't even, like, really eat much. I didn't get much sleep because it was like, when you a Pisces, you could feel shit that's unwrapped. You could feel something lurking out there, and it's just a matter of time. It's like you just know I'm gonna get into it with this person. It's gonna happen. Like, so why don't I just cut it off now? Why don't I just leave and escape the situation altogether? And in my mind, fuck, hey, F both of them. You tolerate this damn heifer. You letting her dude talk. Why? This is my thing. Okay. Now, what I was getting to is this. Do you think she just brought me up out of nowhere? No, I don't believe that. Nope. And I told him this to his face. I said, bro, you must have brought me up. You must have said something negative about me for her to feel like she could just disrespect me totally again. She hung up on me, so that's just pure disrespect right there. You didn't even have, just because I disagree with you, you hung up. Okay, cool, whatever. But it's not cool. It's childish. It's disrespectful. Then you had the nerve that, like I say, the Pisces guy, he's like, yo, she said this, but this is the shit I'm saying. Now it makes me look at him different because it's like, bro, why would you tell me, oh man, by the way, she said that she hates your guts, bro. That, yeah, she squashed it, but she's not really like over what happened or something. And then remember I told you guys, she told me to get off the phone for like 45 seconds. Oh, okay. Remember I said, what can you possibly say in 45 seconds that's such a big secret? Oh, so maybe that was what she said. Oh, I don't really F with him. Hey, by the way, I know you guys are on the three-way, but guess what? Yeah, I unfriended, but yeah, I added him back, but yeah, I'm not really cool with him. Bro, I'm not falling for that shit, bro. And it made me look at him different because I'm like, bro, you had to have said something negative or something of betrayal against me for her to feel comfortable. Because look, Scorpio, listen, bro, a Scorpio is not going to reveal shit, bro, under over any circumstance, unless you make her feel comfortable enough to go there. So she sees, oh, you're talking about him behind his back. Oh, you have a secret. Oh, well, hey, why don't I share my secret? Yeah, I don't F with him either. It ain't no just her just spilling the beans and just drop it. Then he told him himself. He said, well, I don't see it being a big deal. Do you see it? Do you see it being a big deal? And I said, no, it's not a big deal. Because listen, I'm gonna tell you why it's a big deal. Because I could drop both of y'all right now and not look back. You know, like, don't test me. Cause I will literally unfriend and chop and block and never look back, bro. I got moon in Aquarius. I don't give a damn. I could be literally talking to somebody for weeks and just literally just drop a atomic bomb of just block and chop and done. Boom. Nothing else. Nothing else. I could literally give you a 20-year sentence and never talk to you again. See you in the afterlife. It ain't that hard, bro. So he said, oh, yo, do you think it's a big deal? No, I don't see it a big deal because I'm going to drop both y'all. Because I feel like, bro, listen, listen, it's two things here, two dynamics. It's hey, man, I don't like your friend, but guess what? If you was really, really standing 10 toes down, you'd be like, yo, what you got an issue with Trey for? Oh, okay, you don't like him. Okay, cool. Well, guess what? You ain't got to come around him. In the story. So it means if you had to have said something for her ass to feel that damn comfortable to reveal. And the problem is that both of y'all lying. Both of y'all on something, and I can feel it. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you the best thing to do is isolation, bro. When you know somebody is especially when there's two people present, and not to play a part in the whole triangular bullcrap pyramid scheme or whatever they call it, all you got to do is pull away from the shit. Pull away. And don't tell nobody what you're doing. Don't explain why you did it. Hey, people will just wake up and realize they're blocked. End of story. See? But that's the thing is that the, you don't get stung by a Scorpio once you know what they're doing. See? Because your actions show it. It's not something that you always have to verbalize. It's like, damn, he really saw through the scheme. He saw through the smoke screen. Oh, damn, he actually blocked me. So that means he knows something. It's cold blooded. I never see, I'm not there to tell you what you did, but by me pulling my energy away, you know I know something. See? And the fear and you being in the state of mind of uncertainty and being haunted by your secrets, that's how you get Scorpio. That's how you peg them because, oh, what else did you say secretly about me? Anything you was plotting and caking up, guess what? It's all gonna haunt you. See? Because it came from you anyway. So now you're gonna be haunted by your own freaking thoughts, thinking like, yo, what does he know? He didn't really give any closure. He didn't tell me what he knew. He just blocked me. So now that means that she could think that, oh, I know some more shit than just, oh, the mere fact, oh, I don't like him. See what I'm saying? Now she can have a guilty conscience about, oh, yeah, this other stuff that she was plotting. See what I'm saying? So that's why you got to leave, ghost, not say nothing. Hey, let people tell them themselves. Let shit unravel. Because if you refuse to reveal it, guess what? You can't stop it from unraveling. See that? It's like, yeah, if you can't vacuum the rug, then you just gotta shake it. Either way, you get the same damn outcome. You could try to hide things, but guess what? If I make it to where you can't hide it, it's gonna come out. See? So it's like that's why I say everything is not always something that you have to do physically. Mentally, you gotta be able to beat your opponent because if you could beat them mentally first, then you already won. You don't have to do anything once you beat somebody mentally. So it's like, yeah, the mental game is over. So now, as they begin to catch up to reality, now they realize, damn, he was never. We don't really know how much of that was real at this point. The whole him unblocking us, was that even real? And that's where you want them unbalanced. See, oh, we don't really know what's what anymore. See, now let me see. Let's see, man. Okay, Misty says, same funny you said monkey, that's X. Uh Chinese zodiac sign, we feel them scorpions deeply, just think how we affect them. Facts. That's the thing. Like, I had no issue until this situation just hit a nerve to where I was like, yo, it's like I said, using the word hate is a very strong word. So the disclaimer is like, I'm not saying it like, oh, like on some just hatred type stuff. No, or bashing. It's more like, bro, you gotta reveal your intent, bro. If you don't like somebody, say that shit, bro. Don't go by. See, people think that they could just, oh yeah, I'ma still unfriend you with these strong feelings. Oh yeah, I really hate you, but I'm still gonna come around. No, don't do that. See, because now you're showing, oh, you're playing like you're cool, but then your hidden motives are, elsewhere to where that can hurt me. If I reveal too much information, now you could use it against me, or you might try to set me up. You might be plotting the whole time. So instead of me sitting here, worrying and getting paranoid about what's coming and what's not being said, I'm just gonna pull the plug on the whole damn thing. Both of y'all getting ignored. Both of y'all getting blocked. And then I don't have to worry about it because guess what? That's how you get true peace. You just cut everybody off. See? They cut the whole damn line off. And then it's like, okay, now I got peace now. I don't have to hear no excuses. You don't have to tell me what happened. I don't give a damn at this point. All y'all mother effers get out. See? I see, that's what you do when you can't figure out something. You cut everybody off. Now you be left by yourself, but at least you got peace. Because now it's like, I don't care. I don't care how it happened. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, woulda. Hey, who he say, she say, I don't care. Because now both of y'all messy. Because this is the thing with me. if somebody tell me something negative like that, oh, such such doesn't like you, or they told me, hey, you know what, Bill said he can't stand your guts. Where did this conversation come up? That's what I want to know. How did y'all get on a conversation about me? Because nobody's not gonna just, bro. Nobody is going to just come. Put it like this: nobody's gonna just come out of the woodworks and drop a freaking 2 pound pack of ground beef on the ground, bro. Unless somebody said, damn, oh, I can go for some tacos tonight. Bro, nobody's gonna just throw up some information and drop something on the floor if it has no relevance, bro. You had to have conjured my name. You had to have said something, commented, mentioned for that person to say something negative. You started it, bro. See? But it all started because this is how this bull crap happened, you guys. I went over the Pisces man house, right? His name's David, okay? I went over David's house. Next thing you know, David, I wanted something to eat, okay? I was starving. He had some Doritos and some shit in the fridge, and then, some on the fridge, and then he had some stuff in the fridge. And then the Scorpio woman was there. And I was like, yo, man, can I have, some, because I wanted something to eat, snack on, whatever. And then the Scorpio woman said, oh, you could just get it. I'm sure David wouldn't give it, he wouldn't mind. You can just go in the fridge and just get whatever you needed, boom. So I kept that in mind, like, okay, well, she basically made it seem like David wouldn't care. So then what ended up happening was I was hungry and I went in there and I took like 9 bags of Doritos and like a whole bunch of drinks and shit, right? Put it in my backpack and then I went home. Boom. So David calls me. He's like, yo, bro. He's like, yo, man. He was like, I know you didn't take all my fucking Doritos, Brody, and all my shit, bro, out my fridge. And I said, no, I didn't take it. Because he's trying to say it like I stole it, like I just went in there and just grabbed it and just like maliciously had this intent of just stealing from him. So I said, no, I didn't steal it. I just simply took it and put it in my bag because your girl said, hey, you could just go in there and grab whatever you need. I'm sure David wouldn't give a damn, right? So then I told him this. And he said, oh, so you did go in my fridge. Why did you lie, man, you asshole? I said, no, I didn't lie. I just said it how you made it seem like I went in there and stole it. I said I went in there and took it, meaning I went in there and grabbed the stuff and put it in my damn bag. But you guys know what I was doing. I was drawing the illusion. I drew the illusion because I knew what I did, see? But I did it because I already knew his girl doesn't like me secretly. She was trying to set me up, trying to get me to go in there and take his shit and then say, oh, because guess who was the first one to say that I stole it? The Scorpio. The goddamn Scorpio, bro. So you see how fast, bro, like, oh, you could just go in there and just get it. I'm sure David wouldn't care. You say that, and then your hidden motive is manipulation. You're trying to get me to go in there and take everything so you could go to your damn husband and say, oh, look, I told you, see, he's a thief. He went in there and stole all your shit. When you just said it. But he trusts her. He loved her. So he think that, oh, she wouldn't do that. So now he's looking at me funny. But how I did it was I drew the illusion that I took it. I didn't steal it. See, me doing that shows two things. Oh, he didn't steal it. That's not why he went in there and took the food. He just took the food, but he didn't steal it the way you made it sound, honey. See what I'm saying? So why would you put this tone and this emphasis on, oh, yeah. Because you secretly don't like me, motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? You really don't like me for no reason. You want to make it look bad every time I do something. So how I got it was I said, no, man, I just went in there and took the Doritos. Just went in there and took the drinks. She said that, hey, man, I'm sure David wouldn't mind. And then what did he do? Yeah, I really don't care, man. I really don't care. You could have took the frozen pizzas too. I wouldn't care. But why did you, now you switch? See, that's why I said when people don't want to feel stupid for overreacting, so now they try to put the ego on, like, oh, I didn't care if you would have took it. Hey, man, if you were hungry and you just wanted, yeah, man. But I thought you just went in there and stole it, like you was trying to do something sneaky, because that's the projection, fam. The insecurities of the Scorpio. That's what something she would have done. See, but she tried to make it seem like I did that for him to be mad at me, because she's probably just secretly jealous anyway. See? And that's why I keep telling y'all, like, how I trapped her is through the illusion. It showed her hand, see? And I said, oh, you don't know that I'm going to say I took. You thought I was going to go in there and just say, oh, yeah, remember, I went in there and took. Or lie, right? Nope. I said, no, I didn't steal it, but I went in there and took it. See? It's two different things. If you go and take something, it doesn't mean the same thing as going and stealing it, okay? Now y'all might disagree, but if I stole something, I'm gonna say I stole it. Okay? Why would I say I took it? It's a difference, bro. It's just like I say, people they just assume that, oh, you stole it. No, man. If I find a wallet outside and nobody's there to claim it, I'm gonna take it. I ain't gonna steal it because ain't nobody around. I just gonna pick it up. Now I'm not gonna spend it or do something dumb. But if you assume that off the bat, that's something you would do. Don't try to see, you're projecting, fam. Stop projecting. You just, because you don't have good intent, you assume somebody else is just gonna like tamper and do all this crazy crap. But that's you, see? But anyway, that was the deal. So I drew the illusion and it outweighed the facade. See? That she was trying to put up. So then once he saw where I was coming from, he what? Now he doesn't trust her now. See, because she just tried to ruin me and his, friendship. She tried to make us look, bump heads because of her. So that's why I'm saying, like, guys, just be careful, bro, with Scorpio, bro. I ain't even done. I ain't even started the damn topic of the whole damn live, man. We're just getting started, man. So yeah, when it, let me see, what's going on, everybody that just came in, and let's see here, Misty said they have to be high vibe and only have low vibe and high vibe. He's Pisces match. Yeah, that's the, I ain't gonna lie. Even I'm gonna say this, man. I say this with a disclaimer. Even if you are a high vibe in a Scorpio, bro, you still have issues where you still think you're above everyone. Like you might say something like, you might raise the bar high just for people to get to know you, for you to trust them. But your true insecurity is the fact that you don't even trust yourself. So you won't give anybody the benefit of the doubt, even if it was your grandmother. And it's stuff like that where you'll try to say that to somebody that you just met and you're freaking full of it. It's like you lie and makes things seem like, oh, you're just so pure and so innocent, and oh, I don't just talk to anybody, and oh, I gotta know you, and I don't know you like that. It's like, bro, now you expect people to trust you. It don't work like that. See, you gotta give people the benefit of the doubt. Now let me see, Max. Let me see, Max Powell said, I agree with you about Scorpion women. I won't date one. I won't either, bro. I won't. I don't give a damn how good she looks. I'm not doing it. Nope. I'm not doing it. I don't even like the energy. To me, it's not. It's like it's not the same energy. Like I'm a more peaceful person for the most part until I get upset. But like for the main thing, when I'm chilling, I don't like nerve wracking, annoying energy around me. I don't like to like even be around people that are like worried about petty, like pent up feelings that I don't experience. So it makes me feel like I'm watching like an annoying soap opera. I just don't want to deal with it, because it feels, one thing about Scorpio's energy is that it's heavy. See, because they really operate out of their feelings. more or less their emotions. They go off of how they feel. And so if they get hurt, they wrap it up in gift, a nice gift wrap, and put it in their heart and hold on to it for dear life. So if that's a grudge that they just wrapped up in a nice little present and then they kept it close to them inside of their heart, then guess what? They become tenderized about it. They don't let it go. They still keep going back to that hurt. Oh, you did this, or hey, you revealed the fact that my husband bought a new car. They didn't want you to know. They didn't want you to go and tell anyone about that particular thing of which they told you because they looked at it as a secret. So it's like, bro, Pisces uncovers secrets. See, every little thing that's hidden, it comes to the surface. See, so you can't, even if you don't tell a Pisces your husband bought a new car, guess what? His new car gonna come to the surface through something. It doesn't matter because it's almost like a reflection that happens. And then a Pisces gets whiff of it like, oh, yeah, by the way, what kind of car did you get? Oh, wait a minute. I didn't even tell you I bought a car. How the hell do you know that? See, a Pisces can feel it, bro. That's what the intuition does. It automatically allows a Pisces or anyone that uses intuition to hone in on what the hell somebody is doing, especially when they're not saying it, when they're not telling you anything. That's how you always know something is beneath the surface or some type of hidden secret conversation is happening, because if everybody only wants you to hear the good stuff, then what about those conversations that are bashing someone like this one? Or, you know what I'm saying? And why I say that, because now, as I get ready to go into the gist of the situation, some of you are going to take it that way, but I don't care. See? Because just as some of you Scorpios, y'all get on here and y'all sit up there and roll around in the mud and wrestle like pigs and talk about Pisces, then hey, it's our turn to talk about y'all. Because y'all do stuff and y'all not perfect. And a lot of your stuff that y'all think are, could be um, a strong trait is actually could be a weakness. See? And you just need somebody like a Pisces just to simply tell you that. Okay? Now let's see here. Little Ray said Jesus Christ the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except by me. John 14:6. Jesus Christ loves you and he died for you. God bless you. I appreciate that. Let me see here. Welcome, T.O. Morrison. Max Power said, like I said, every Scorpion woman I ever encounter in life are sneaky and conniving. That's why I will never date one. Once was enough for me. Yeah, one was for enough. I mean, one that I dealt with was enough for me as well. See, and I couldn't do it because, as I mentioned, she was cool, nice to talk to, but then eventually it went left because a situation that she misread into thinking that that's all I wanted, and it wasn't even like that. It was because of my work schedule. I was a third shifter, and I couldn't really keep up with anything in regards to, like, taking her kids to school every morning because of her car situation. And I couldn't spend a lot of time with her because I had to sleep, get my rest to go to work at night. So she thought I was just coming over for sex, and I wasn't. See? And then I guess when she got fed up and tired of it just being that, of what we were able to do, which I looked at it like, hey, we're spending time together. Maybe this is something that we can do, or for me to feel like I'm showing some type of effort or some type of, bonding, or as far as intimacy and chemistry. We watch a movie, eat something, and hey, kick it at night. But to her, she looked at, oh no, I ain't going for that. Like, oh, and then what ended it? Okay, what made it worse? Because Scorpio, appreciate that, Brody, or who sent that sausage. But yeah, the problem is that I'm willing to make compromises as long as they are reasonable. Consider it enough to, like, okay, something that's reasonable. Appreciate that, Santiago, that gift. Like, I'm willing to make, negotiations and different, make room for changes until there's exceptions. I mean, yeah, there's exceptions, but there's also, hey,
boundaries, okay? Like it has to be reasonable. But where she had me effed up was she was trying to tell me, like, oh no, what you're gonna do is you're gonna change your schedule. And I'm like, nah, not talking to me like that. She's like, yeah, you're gonna change your schedule. You're gonna you're gonna start having to do that stuff that you're doing, with the rides and deliveries. You're gonna start doing that stuff in the mornings. And she got to trying to tell me, like trying to control me, like, oh, you're gonna, you ain't got to be doing that all day, and you need to do that in the morning. Like that way you can, like, once you take them to school. And I'm looking at my hand and I'm like, I said, well, maybe if I had a ring on my finger, I said maybe that would be, agree, maybe something that I could work with. But we're not married. So who the hell are you talking to? In my mind, like you, And I just told her, like, no, I'm done, because this is the thing. Appreciate that 100, Santiago. The problem was that she was like, this is my thing. I have a boundary, okay? A boundary, appreciate that. Santiago, there's like, the boundary is this. If we making love, that's just, for this platform, something of politely to say, okay? Now, anyway, if we're making love together and you literally stop in the middle of it, she literally screamed on top of her lungs and said, stop, like that. I said, what? I said, wait a minute. I thought I had hit, maybe went too deep or something, or something had, rushed it or something. But no, she told me to stop like that because, she said, it's not going anywhere. Like, this is all you want from me. I said, you know what? I put my clothes back on and I left. I said, you know what? That did it. Cause you acting like I'm hurting you and you just screaming like this. And like you literally, the first thing you tell me is, oh, this is all I want from you. It ain't going nowhere. She said, oh, you really, like, I guess cause she said, oh, you really, like, you know how, like, if a kid was starving, okay, and he couldn't wait to get home from school because he wanted to eat, right? And she made it seem like I was like I couldn't wait, like, to get to her house to do that with her. In other words, that basically once we got into it, like the bed and stuff where I came over, we got to that ASAP. But I didn't have no control over that. That's just what shit. What am I gonna do? Stand? What am I gonna do? Stand at the edge of the bed and just fucking sit in the dark and look and do what? That's stupid. What am I gonna sit in the dark and just be sitting there talking like, come on, bro? And we both in the damn bed. What are we finna do? Obviously, we finna do that. So okay, of course I'm gonna be like, yeah, let's do it and whoop-de-woo. But she said, oh, it's not going anywhere. Well, where the fuck is it going? I mean, bro, what are we doing? Like, it becomes this control shit that I don't agree with. And that's why I just told her, you know what? I said, you got it. You got it. I said, you know what? You'd be better off finding you somebody else that, is willing and, willy nilly to do all this shenanigans of what you're trying to do. But it ain't me. See? And I left and never looked back. Never looked back. Because I'm like, bro, you do that stop stuff with me. That shit made me think I was like, I hurt. It kind of like the way she screamed, it made me feel like it didn't match. That behavior didn't match what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? She acted like I dropped a hot iron on her hand or something. It was like, bro, what? And this became a power struggle. I'm like, bro, I never said you had to do that with me. You agreed. See? And then it pissed me off because she did something nasty, bro. So basically what happened was the first time me and her laid down together. Then I feel like this is one of them evil Scorpio tactics, traits, right? So she's like, I asked her, I said, yo, I asked her if she was on her monthly cycle thingy or whatever, right? She said, no, my days are, whoop-de-woo, it's the fourth day, whatever. It was something on her phone that tells her when her shit's done or something, right? So I'm like, okay, cool. And then, I'm clean, she's clean. We looked at the my charts, whoop-de-woo. sit down, right? Boom. Next thing you know, man, we get to doing the do, right? I go, like, mind you, I'm in the dark, so I can't see nothing. Bro, why when I walked in the bathroom, it was like a damn horror scene, bro. Blood all over my fucking, like, all over my chest, bro, all over my damn everywhere. I'm like, I know good and hell well this, bro. And then when you in the dark, you can't see nothing, so you think, oh, damn, she wet as a motherfucker. Oh, man, damn, man. You know, you start thinking like in that terms. But, man, I went in the bathroom. I couldn't tell if Michael Myers came in there midway or somebody had a damn machete, meat cleaver or something. Like, bro, what the hell you was in there cutting up, bro? And damn sure wasn't no, you know what? Let me cut that off, bro. But anyway, more of the story is that I went to the bathroom and I just literally was covered in blood, bro. I'm talking about, bro, I had blood all over my, all caked up all around my whole fucking stomach and chest, bro. And I said, dude, I almost just grabbed my damn emergency brake and said, like, come on, bro. You know what? Like, this is the Scorpio shit that is going too far, bro. And I approve this message. See? But yeah, man, just like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, bro, like, how do you say your monthly is done and then you lie that fast? It ain't gonna even say it happens no, it don't happen to nobody, bro. It's nasty, and it's like, bro, you knew this already. See, you just did that. You thought that shit was funny. That's why I'm like, bro, that's not funny. That's evil. That's stupid. It's stupid evil. Anyway, okay, so oh yeah, congratulations, Subtle said he got 27 subscribers. That's what's up, Brody. Yeah, I mean, starting a YouTube or starting something like this is it's not easy, Brody. But the best advice I could give is don't stop, bro. Just keep on, just keep uploading, bro. Just keep, keep dropping videos. Keep dropping videos. The reason why it's hard for me to explain because it's like it is hard. It's nothing you really can do. It's no magic trick. It's like there's no strategy. There's no do this or not do this. All I can say is stay consistent because the minute you give up, then all of a sudden you will have traction. You just got to read your analytics, bro, and just follow that as a guide. Because if you just stop and give up and think like, okay, you get 1 or 2 views and you might get discouraged and start feeling like, damn, nobody's watching my videos. And then even if you do all that good editing, wait until you get to your 100 video, bro. So don't expect nothing to like be like spectacular until you've released 100 videos, bro. After your 100th video, then you'll start seeing like, okay, but still, don't get your hopes up. Still, even if you get 100 views, don't get your hopes up. Even if you get 2,000 views, don't get your hopes up. Why I say that? Because you gotta keep dropping videos, bro. Like you gotta keep dropping. So after you drop a video that you thought was good, you gotta keep on dropping more. That's just as good. See? So that's why I say it doesn't have to be a rat race when you consider it to be a passion, if that makes sense. See? Because a passion is like, okay, I'm gonna do this regardless of what I get back, of views or whatever. It's like if I get views or subscribers, cool. But I'm gonna do it anyway because this is what I like to do, if that makes sense. And that's the thing, like, now I say this when I first started YouTube, I didn't know what I was gonna talk about. Because in the past, everything that I thought was cool, it's not about you, bro. It's like you can't look at it from a first person mindset. You gotta look at it as far as the universe. Like it's a universal situation to where it's like you gotta make something that somebody else could either learn from, teach somebody how to do something, that they probably don't know how to do, that you know how to do. It's like you gotta make something that somebody else, you know, can learn something from, or some type of advice, some type of, you know, that's the type of content you want to make. Is something that maybe you know how to tie your shoes, and you're just like, yo, I got an easier, faster way to tie your shoes. Boom, you just, two loops in the boot. And then it's like, damn, that's actually faster. It's like little stuff like that. It could be the most, I'll say this. It could be a video that you absolutely think nobody will watch just because it doesn't really have any type of significance to you. But to somebody else, that could be like a game changer. See, it could be like, yo, I could really tie my shoes in like 2 seconds. And that could be the person in the world that feels like they struggle with that every day. That's why I say you don't know who might literally, like you might not know who your audience is, but they will find you, bro. You just gotta keep dropping videos, make a long story short. But yeah, but the thing about it is yeah. You said Santiago Santiago said, what's your favorite verse? You talking about in the Bible? I would say my favorite verse is in the Bible is Romans 10:8. So those of you that want to get saved, or you want to know how to be born again, just like I say, look at Romans verse 10:8. Okay. Now let me see why you say that, Chaz. That's crazy. Um No, I mean that's the thing. I thought you was gonna say rotten eggs at first. I'm just gonna say, yeah, damn, that's crazy. Cause a transmission that goes out still smells the same as that, as the same, in the same type of. Anyway, scratch that. But yeah, you said what is this chat? But I love you. I mean, we're just talking about the Scorpio. I'm giving y'all 100 Scorpio traits that people secretly hate. Okay. Now, it's funny, just the craziest thing that I haven't even started the topic. Like, I haven't even got into it yet because we've been talking about all this other stuff. But Misty said, nope, that's actually a way to bond even more, making ties not good. Not, yep, facts. Welcome, Jeff. Okay, so I'm not sure what that means. Jay said first at wood table. Not sure what that's about, but he said Cappy win. I'm not sure what that means, buddy. Now I'm gonna talk about one thing with the Scorpio traits that people secretly hate. Okay, is their control and their mindset. See, and these go hand in hand. It's not just like one set. It's not like one thing that you could actually just look at. But when you look at control and the mindset, that's where the traits are. Okay, so as we know it, Scorpios, they test people without warning them, which is not fair. See, because it puts you at a disadvantage, and they know this. So them testing you without warning means what? They can act like something is really bothering them about something you're doing just to see your reaction, just to see like what you will do. And that's not fun, and that's not fair because damn, you just put on a great performance. But remember I said the facade was born in Scorpio. See, because this is what the effects are with a mask that people wear. No matter if it's a gremlin, no matter if it's a goblin, no matter if it's a troll, they still have the same things in common. See, is that they do things without warning you. A troll doesn't announce himself. He just starts to troll. See, and then you get the behavior, and then it clicks in your mind of what that is. And it say, oh, that's a troll because of what they're doing. That's the same concept with Scorpio. See, you start to realize, oh, their behavior is not adding up to the way of their character. It's like, yo, you You're the type of person that has all these rules, but follow none. See, it's like what applies to others doesn't apply to you, or you don't want it to be applied to you. Okay, so an example, they can act distant just to see if you'll chase. So they can ghost you, and then all of a sudden, that can leave you into a, that can leave you into a mind of uncertainty. Oh, what did I do? Did I offend this person? Like, oh, they don't like me. They got an issue with me, and you think it's something really that went down, only to find out the Scorpio just ghosted you just to see, oh, if you will come back. Like, come on, bro. Like you see the type of game, and that alone can frustrate. It can really make people hate Scorpio for that, because it's like, bro, you really playing with my emotions. You really think that was funny for you to just dip, and then you didn't even tell me like, oh, I'm just gonna leave for a couple of days and come back. Like, see, so I mean, like, people could really invest quality time with you, Scorpio, to where they actually get to know you, and then you pull back like that. See, now another thing is they assume intentions instead of asking you simply. That's not fair. Damn, you can't just ask me. You just gonna sit there and assume that I'm on something? But damn, you could have just asked me if I was on something. See how they don't reveal anything, bro? So it's like the only way that they'll say something is if somebody else leads first with it. See? It's like imagine imagine a room full of people, right, in a workplace. And then the leader, right? The leader of the pack says something negative about Nancy, right? And he or she says, "Oh, I don't really like Nancy. Nancy is this type of person, right?" Guess who follows, and guess who has the most secrets about Nancy but doesn't say nothing? Scorpio. And guess what? Nancy thinks that the Scorpio is the coolest person in the workplace because she hides her hands. See, she throws rocks and she hides her hands. But Nancy never sees her throw rocks. So Nancy's like, oh, the Scorpio is like, oh, she's the coolest girl in the workplace. But secretly, she is your enemy and you have no idea. Cold blooded, bro. See, because listen, a Scorpio is only deadly if they sting you without you being prepared for it. See, it's like, damn, you didn't see it coming. So if I didn't reveal that I hated you, of course you're gonna be hurt if I sting you. And I thought you was my friend. See, it's like, damn, you could get stung and you could be, listen, bro, you could be stung in such a way by a Scorpio to where what you thought was real was actually manipulation, bro. Or they just strung you along. See, Capricorn uses you, meaning they'll be with you, yeah, but they'll use you along the way. But a Scorpio will string you along as if you guys are each other's equal, and then just push you off the damn cliff and you end up falling. Man, listen, bro, could you imagine you save up with, man, listen, you go into business with a Scorpio, right? Only to what? They end up betraying you and keeping all the money, bro. At the end, they'll wait till it's a calculated time where they're like, yo, we just made 100,000. Then they go into the bank accounts, and then they wire the money only to their account, and they don't tell you that they did that. Next thing you know, you look at your bank account, you like, yo, or your business bank account, you like, yo, I know we made 100,000, but where's my 50? By the time you realize that, guess what? The Scorpio cuts you off and blocks you, and you've been in business with him for 3-4 years or her, and ain't nothing you can do because you thought they manipulated you into thinking y'all was friends. See, that's what I'm saying. The only way that you can get yourself out of this is by knowing their sign earlier on. What's your sign? I'm a Scorpio. Okay. Nice. That's a nice name, a nice word that I'm glad you told me your goddamn ass was a damn Scorpio. Whew. Cause guess what? It was nice knowing you. Fuck out of there. Hey man, get out of there. You gonna be like, thank you. I ain't working on this damn shift with this crazy mother. Nope. See how you extract their sign, and then as soon as you got their sign, now you got all the blueprint. The hidden motives and secrets are right there, and they have the first seats. And you're like, yo, you almost can look at the seats because what? If they've been what? Taken already. So let's say you go to the movies and you know how you can order your seats ahead of time. Boom. But at the first couple seats you see hidden motives. Oh, these seats are for the Scorpio. They're reserved. Okay, so I can't have these, but who said I wanted them? That's how you got to play with Scorpio. Is that spontaneity is this. It kills manipulation. If I say or agree that I'm going to do something, guess what? I can always change my mind. I can always back out the last minute. Yeah, I'm going to go to the party on Friday. Oh, yeah, I'm going. Scorpio planned it. And I purposely, the last minute, back out. Oh, yeah, no. Actually, I'm not going to go. Scorpio is like, what? How dare you tell me you're not going to follow through on something I planned? And then you start seeing their true colors. See, the thing that's why I say you got to test people in such a way to where this is how you even find out who the controlling friends are in your circle. Agree and then back out. I know it sounds bad, but you have to do this, bro. Because listen, the last thing you want is that person to be able to pull a fast one on you because you were 2 feet in and not 1 foot in, 1 foot out. See. But anyway, that's just my advice because, like I say, you can never let somebody be so sure that they know you to where you want them to be like, I don't know, because last time you backed out. You want to hear that because it's like, okay, well, you're just a control freak and you're just mad because you couldn't make me do something that you planned. See, it's kind of like it's like planning a date and then you stand a person up. You're like, yo, instead of giving them a rain check, you're like, yo, you want to go to breakfast on Friday? They're like, yeah, we'll go to breakfast. Then next thing you know, it's time to go to breakfast, and it's Friday morning. You wake up and you're like, after all of that being said, I'm not doing the breakfast thing. You ain't feeling it, right? Sincerely, you're not feeling it. Then guess what? Don't go. You don't owe that person nothing. And yeah, the backlash is that you're probably gonna stop talking to you, but cool. See? But sometimes why I'm saying this is because Scorpio, how they manipulate is because you're sold. Whether you make plans with them, you end up even if you don't want to do breakfast with them, you still end up going because of the manipulation. Because Scorpio tries to make you feel trapped in decisions. It's like they'll ask for something from you. Oh, you want to, start a business together. Okay, boom. Then a Scorpio will try to manipulate after making it seem like they're going to add on to it, and then they end up scamming you because then like Scorpio did with me. Oh man, you want to put in on this, and they do that to hook you. See, oh you want to go half on it, and knowing that they ain't really finna really go half on it really, because they can do the same thing. They can just back out. But here's another thing. Anyway, continuing on. Now, when a Scorpio, another trait people secretly hate is, like I say, they assume intentions instead of acting. And then let's say, like, if you say you're busy, they think that you're avoiding them. See that? This is why I said, oh, it's okay for you to do that to me, but if I do that to you, you can't take it. Or you got some shit, or you feel some type of way. That's what I'm saying. Now, another thing is that Scorpio traits that people secretly hate is they keep mental receipts forever. Mental receipts forever. And even if they say they're over it, they forgave you, I ain't even thinking about it. I didn't even take it that way. They're lying to you. They keep mental receipts forever. And I'll give you guys an example. They'll end up bringing up something from months ago that you guys are already supposedly resolved. See, and that just by them merely bringing it up. And guess what the funny part is? They have those selective scenes of, oh, how you said something, and they know how exactly to keep that stuff filed away to the where they'll say it just how you said it, but it happened a whole year ago. But you said, oh, I'm not even good as time. They'll say it like, damn, that's how you know it really bothered them. Okay. Now, another thing is another trait that Scorpio with people secretly hate about Scorpio is that they ask you questions that they already know the answers to. See, that's another thing. It's like they know they like let's say they're going to a Walgreens. They know they don't sell uh you know lingerie or something like that, right? But they'll purposely um mention it, bring it up as if that item is there. In other words, see, and that's sick because that item's not sold there, right? But here's the thing: an example of this would be that the Scorpio would be like, "Oh, who were you with?" In other words, after already checking. See, so it's like they could go through your phone. Like, let's say you got a Scorpio boyfriend or husband, he'll go through all your shit and then he'll sit there and be like, "Oh, who were you with last night?" After he'd already been all in your phones, your computers, your emails, and all that shit. And he'll act like he's just merely asking you, but you don't even know that he's been through all your shit just to see if you'll lie. See, that's that sneaky shit that I'm talking about that people don't pay attention to. Now, another thing is they like to control situations quietly. See, so it's like you wonder why they want to put the checking account in their name. Little subtle things like um, financial aspects and things that, hey, maybe you guys have a joint account, but all of a sudden he wants to put it in his name, or you guys go get a car together, but then he's like, "Oh, I'll coastline." He wants to make it to where if you try to leave him, it's going to be pretty difficult to do that. See, that's what I'm saying, or vice versa if it's a female Scorpio. Now, another thing, another trait that people secretly hate about Scorpio, as I mentioned, as they try to control situations quietly, they can also steer conversations without you even noticing. See that? They're very good at, like, changing the subject or doing something, steering the conversation in a different direction other than where it was headed. They as I mentioned, they don't fully reveal themselves. So could you imagine having already been naked and you seen them like you seen them that way, but all of a sudden they still don't appear that way, if that makes sense. You see how your your perception of them can change based on how they basically make it known to you or show you. It's like you could see the truth within them, but then all of a sudden they still won't reveal it to you even though you saw it already. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, an example of this is like months later you realize you barely knew them. It's like, damn, yeah, even though I seen you and I didn't seen you as, this and that, but now as you begin to show me this, now it's like, oh, that's you start to realize that you never showed me this side of you. See? It's like, damn, I ain't even know you ate frogs for breakfast. It's like, but now I see, like, damn, that's something that you didn't mention to me or tell me. So how the hell were we this close? In other words. Okay, another trait about Scorpio that people secretly hate is the fact that they they observe more than they engage. Okay, they observe more than they get engage. So here it's like they could sit back studying everybody and nobody knows. See, and that's the thing, when you think that a Scorpio is not paying attention to you, they are, because they'll do things like, okay, they'll turn like let's say they get online, they'll actually make it to where do not, D&D, do not disturb, or they'll turn on something to make it seem like, to make you think like they're not there or present, or present, and then all of a sudden they are there. They're just watching because they are considered the lurkers. They're considered the stalkers. So like people that you, that's why I said it, as a joke, and at the same time as being dead asses, because in serious, because like I say, people they're people don't understand that their motives and how they move with movement is considered, a spider, in other words, because it's like you're moving in such a way that you're being stealthy and sneaky because you're trying to capture or trying to, trap somebody, and it's like that's not being optimistic. That's not something of good when you're trying to catch somebody in a trap. See, you're the one setting the traps, and then you're hoping you caught something, just like a spider. So you set the web, and then you set the web and lay it out like a blanket, but it's a damn trap. You see what I'm saying? You're setting the web, hoping you'll catch something, and then it's almost like you go back. Okay, it's like you go out and check your work and see like, oh, did I catch something? So that lets you know that you are a secret like detector. See, you're like a person that, detective is what I'm trying to say. So it's like you'll basically set up a situation, then you'll try to go backtrack and try to see, oh, did I catch something? Oh, did I to go back? And it's like, yo, why are you doing that? See, like that makes no sense. Now, another thing is not okay, so when I said the traps, okay, so just like a spider, a Scorpio will literally set these webs. See, but these are not webs. They're not. Of course, they're not like a spider's web, but it's similar because the type of traps that a Scorpio will set, both men and women, is they set emotional traps. See, so they may say something to you on purpose, no matter if it's rude, disrespectful, just to see your reaction. See, and to me it's like it's very petty because even if you didn't like have the intent to hurt them and bear whatever it was, they'll take it that way. See, now another thing that of a trait that people secretly hate is the fact that they don't take things at face value. See, so oftentimes they can read deeper meaning into anything that's simple. uh Even if it was just you doing something merely with simple words, they'll try to make more of it. Like, oh yeah, I know why you did this. I know why you had done this behind my back. They'll say it in such a way to make you think like, damn, it ain't even that deep, you know, to where I wasn't even doing that. That wasn't even my intent. But it's like, damn, you just really reading into things like a detective. See, when it doesn't require that. Now, another thing of a trait that people secretly hate about Scorpios, they need to feel in control emotionally at all times. So, an example of this would be the fact of them shutting down when they feel vulnerable. See, so as soon as they feel weak, they shut down. It's like they temporarily throw in the towel, and it's like, oh, you just doing that now because now anytime they run from you, they get the hell out of there from which you are present or whatnot. They'll always leave to to recharge or to reposition themselves or to reset, to throw you off into thinking that, oh, they left you or that they got the last word, but really they basically became weak at some point. Now they vanish. You see what I'm saying? Until they feel powerful enough to come back, if that makes sense. Only if they feel they have leverage, then they'll come back. See, now, okay, so okay, so anyway, then another thing that another traits that people secretly hate about Scorpio is their intensity and overthinking. See, so every time they feel deep about something, even the whole small things. See, um they could have this feeling of, oh, I feel this. They always feel some shit. So it's like they always feel like something's going on when nothing's going on. And even if it's something small, see, oh, I think you're trying to, beat me to the gym today or something. It could be anything, right? Now, that's why if you joke with a Scorpio, oftentimes they can take your joke and turn it into a serious conversation. And it wasn't even that deep. It's like, yo, I was just having, making a joke about a brand of a damn it could be a brand of a damn ice cream, and then you heard me say something or made fun of it or said the ice cream name meant something else on some petty stuff, and they can read into that and think that, oh, you're trying to clown me, or hey, like, don't say that, or like little stuff where they get very serious about it. uh Another thing is they can overanalyze your tone on how you say things. An example will be like, oh, why did you say it like that? You can just, it's like walking on eggshells with them, okay? Now, another thing why people secretly hate Scorpio regarding their traits is they always replay situations in their head, see? And that's not good, because if it didn't happen that way, why the hell are you thinking it that way? So they can bring up something days later on that should have been long gone forgotten. Now, another thing that they could do is struggle with light interactions, as Scorpios tend to hone in on those strong reactions, if not what, explosions, where people like are snapping, where there's chaos, where there's violence, where there's just pure right, war, fighting. So when you give those light interactions, they struggle with that because they are looking for a fight at most of the time. They like to, they like to set you off, gaslight you, get you so, rageful and with anger. But if you don't react, they're puzzled. They don't know what to do. See? So they struggle with the mere fact that, oh, if you don't respond in the way that they thought you would, okay? So example of that would be them turning the whole casual talk into a deep topic where, because it's real recognized real, but hey, even though I changed the name to Real Astrology, it gets realer from here. And anyway, I'm gonna keep going because I see how the archons, they hear me and they're trying to, hold them back, hold them back, hold them back, let me get them, let me get them, let me get them. But yeah, anyway, now another thing is that see, Scorpios, they expect emotional depth constantly, see, which is unbearable to the point where nobody wants to live in that agony and frustration and just being angry for no reason. So, like I say, they expect the emotional depth constantly. So, how could you be around somebody that wants everything to be deep? Like, that's impossible, bro. So this will only lead to chaos, and that's why they love it, because if a Scorpio wants to fight, they know how to gaslight you. As I mentioned, you bringing a light interaction, light conversation to them, talking about coffee. Oh, I like this coffee. This coffee from Starbucks is amazing. But then you got a freaking low life of a Scorpio comes around you. Here's you guys talking about coffee, and then they try to disrupt the conversation by trying to piss one of y'all off to lead that light interaction into a deep conversation or topic. It's like, oh, now you didn't interrupted us over our conversation or interaction over coffee, or about what coffee is the best. Now you're trying to, steer this conversation into an argument. See? About why are we even here? See, it's like little stuff like that that's petty. They're good at steering conversations into a bad argument, fam. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, don't get into these little misfits with them, or these little you know these different conversations with them, especially if it's one that you didn't start. Okay, another thing is they read silence negatively. Okay, so a lot of times if they look in a situation and they may experience like no replies back. Guess what? Oh, they're gonna look at it as being a problem. What if somebody didn't have anything to say? What if people just simply had no input? You ever thought about that? Obviously not. See? So then you just read silence as, oh, that's just a negative right there. Oh, nobody replied. Oh, I had a baby shower and nobody showed up, but you didn't even send no invitations either. See, it's like the Scorpios be thinking like they be overreacting and just tripping, fam. And it's like they're just shit starters, bro. Like it could be a situation where they had a hand in it. Okay, you didn't send out any invitations, so now you want to cry because nobody showed up to your baby shower. Like, bro, you think people would just call you and just say, "Oh, when you're having that baby?" No. See, just stop thinking, doing the stupid stuff y'all be doing, bro. And see, another thing is they trust easy peace. Okay, so like when it comes to something feeling off, for example, they might say that in a situation that feels fine. This is how you know they're prone to violence, chaos, war. Because listen, if when it, okay, so if just imagine if something is just peaceful, they're not gonna trust it. Nope. So let's say if it's just a quiet room and they walk into it, they don't trust it. Nope, not one bit. They do not trust easy peace. So if you just sitting there and you reading a book and they walk in the room, they gonna think you on something. Because you know what, with Scorpio, it's a sign, it's a karmic, okay, they are a karmic sign by nature. They come in three stages. The first stage is the scorpion. The scorpion attacks. It's not even, you don't gotta even do nothing, bro. You ain't even gotta piss the Scorpio off and they're gonna sting you, fam. Because it's in their nature. So you could just be standing there reading your book, minding your own business, and the Scorpio gonna try to find a way to get a reaction out of you so you could reveal your intentions. So they'll keep probing and questioning after question after question, nitpicking, doing whatever they feel because they feel uncomfortable is why they sting you. They're threatened. When a Scorpio or a scorpion is threatened, they will sting you just like a real scorpion in real life. They will sting you. Like just because you're standing there, just because you ain't doing nothing, they consider you a threat. Because listen, that's why they want control so bad. See, of anything, everyone, every situation, they want to control it so bad because they're afraid to be vulnerable, bro. Being vulnerable is shut up, be quiet. Oh, because you don't know what's happening in the room or the environment. Oh, just enjoy it. It's peaceful. Nope. The Scorpio's gonna be like, nope, I don't want to eat here because it's too quiet. But they'll eat somewhere where it's a bunch of dysfunction, a bunch of people arguing, a bunch of people yelling loud, ghetto, whatever, right? They'll want to eat there because, oh, they can see what everybody's doing and see everybody's emotion clearly. See, and they can hide. See, this is the similarity that a lot of Scorpios have with Pisces, because Pisces likes to escape, but Scorpios, they like to hide. So imagine if you guys go eat at a restaurant that's built funny. Let's say it's a couple of booths in the back, but you could barely see them. And it's almost like them, they're kind of like in the basement. Like you could look at the booth in the damn restaurant. It could look like these damn booths are like closer to the basement. So where people walk in, they can barely see what's sitting in the corner. Guess where a Scorpio and their date will want to sit for the night. The Scorpio gonna say, "Oh, can we get seats over there? Can we sit in that booth that's way in the corner behind that cavern right there?" And then even the damn waiter can't even find it. Wait, show me, where is it at? Oh, it's this is the little booth right over there. Then the waiter goes over there and she says, "Ah, okay, you talking about the two seats behind the damn ice tray in the corner where nobody can see you?" Yes, I would. Yes. I want to go sit over there. And then they want to hide every time they go somewhere. They want to hide, bro. And then that's the thing when they hide. They want to be able to see everything else that's going on, but nobody can't see them, bro. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. This sign likes to thrive in the dark, bro. It's not in the dark, like, physically in this reality, darkness. No, it's the subconscious. What I'm saying, you got to look at the scorpion being in the dark, fam, in your mind first. See? So imagine if a scorpion, let's say it glows in the dark, okay? But just because it glows doesn't mean that's their intention. See? It's cold-blooded because they can have venom. They could be literally just can you literally can taste the venom as they penetrate it, give it to someone. It's like they're just sitting on this poison, fam. See? And it's like, imagine you see, people don't understand when somebody receives poison, bro, what do you think it's gonna do? See? Poison is poison, fam. No matter what it enters into, it still does damage, bro. And that's why I say, like, sometimes you just gotta know what you're dealing with. See? And that's the thing, like, I'm gonna continue because, like I say, I still got like 80 more reasons. But yeah, so yeah, let me see some. We talking about the different traits of Scorpio, bro, that people hate, bro. The people that just came in, appreciate y'all coming in. Okay, so another thing is that they feel disrespected, easily. So like I say, a person's tone matters more than their intent. A person's tone matters more than their intent. See, that's how Scorpios feel. Another thing is they internalize everything first and then ask questions later. So even though everything can seem fine, they can bring it up later on because, oh yeah, they have everything internalized. Imagine if a person had a fridge, an internal fridge of just everything. See, so they saved everything. So it's like, oh, next thing you know, you end up talking and going to that fridge later, and it's like, oh yeah, remember that situation with this and that? I have that for you, and also the other shit you was talking about earlier. It's like, damn, why are you saving all these things just to bring them up later to start stuff? See, another thing is they don't forget emotional moments, so they remember exactly how you made them feel. So if you didn't show up to maybe their uncle's funeral, they can hold a lifetime grudge against you for that. See, um, another thing is that when they become cold and distant, this type of behavior is what frustrates people. So they could detach instantly at any moment, unexpectedly, to where it's unpredictable. One day they're warm, then the next day they're distant. They can also give you the silent treatment, okay, instead of talking to you directly. So an example here would be to what? Them ignoring you instead of what? Explaining things to you. They could withdraw during conflict. So imagine arguing with someone only to find out that they've left the building. So an example could be them just mid-sentence disappearing, mid-argument, gone. See? Another thing, they don't give closure. So instead of ending things, they'll do it without an explanation. They can also act unbothered when they're not. So they might say something like, oh, I don't care, but then their energy says otherwise. They can shut down conversations quickly and say things such as, oh, it's whatever. They disappear to regain control. They could come back and then it's almost like they'll only come back when they're ready. So that's why I said they'll, disappear to regain control. And also they could be emotionally unavailable on purpose. So an example of this could be like, even though they're very emotional, they can still hold back feelings. They can also outlast you in silence. So even if you are in silence, even if you are like, let's say a Pisces and you institutionalize them and you give them a 20-year sentence, they might actually do their time. See, they might actually do their time and just not say nothing back. So even if you don't talk to them for 2 years, they won't talk to you for 2 years. So an example also would be the mere fact that they could also do their time and then wait for you to reach out first. It could always be like that where you're always the one hitting them up first to hang out after a situation of you two ignoring each other. Another thing is they can also keep they can also keep distance even when close. So let's say you guys let's say you guys are cool and you guys are like maybe both have memberships to a gym, or let's say something of that matter. An example could be like, even though you guys are friends and you guys go, have memberships to a gym or a place that you both can hang out at, only to what? Never fully let you in. See, it's like, damn, you're supposed to be my friend, but you never, you, it's almost like you guys can never get together to do that thing or whatever membership you guys have together. Okay, so another thing that frustrates people regarding the Scorpio traits, as I'm giving you guys 100, is the fact that they have trust and jealousy. Okay, their trust and jealousy. It ain't like, I'm not trying to bash it, but like I say, sometimes it ain't worth it. It ain't even worth it. Their trust sometimes can be like not even related to the word trust or what it truly means. Okay, now trust takes forever to build with Scorpio because they put the bar high. They raise the bar high. An example of this is the fact you could prove yourself to a Scorpio, but then you can end up finding out that you're doing it repeatedly. See, it's never good enough, right? Another thing is that one mistake can ruin everything. So you're walking on eggshells. You can slip on an eggshell. Hey, you know the feeling of walking on the eggshell. A lot of y'all, I know y'all hate this. And see, it's like once you make a mistake, one small slip, guess what? It ends up amounting to a big shift. Okay. Now, another thing is they can suspect things without proof. So it's more than an assumption. So it's just like, oh, I could just feel it. That's what they'll say to you. Now, another trait is that Scorpios, they will not admit when they're jealous, or where just jealousy in general. So they'll end up acting cold instead. So they will replace being cold hearted or giving you the cold shoulder. And that's their way of showing their jealousy. Don't never forget that. Now, because they're going to hide it from you. And they're going to, even if you know they're jealous, this is the sign to look for when they become cold. Now, another thing is they watch patterns quietly. See, so even though they can take eyes off of you, even though they're not talking to you, they can still track behavior over time. See, now they also never fully forget betrayals or any mishaps between you and them. So this can still affect future interactions between the both of you, because even if you guys apologize about it, you make it right, guess what? They still hold on to that. It's almost like built up resentment towards you. They won't forget it. Okay. Now, another thing is they test the loyalty indirectly. So they could pull away to see if you stay, play the mental mind games that, hey, it's like 1 minute they're hot, 1 minute they're cold. They expect exclusivity with you without saying it. It's like, oh, you will feel like they're taking the whole dynamic too far. If you're friends with them, it's almost like they'll look at you guys as being exclusive, but they're not telling you that. So that's why it can feel burdensome, or the emotions can feel heavy, because a Scorpio could literally look at you as being more than a friend. And then all of a sudden, they're not saying it. They're not saying it at all. So they can act upset without clear reason of why. See, another thing, they assume hidden motives, and a lot of times it's projection. Sometimes they can overthink things, and sometimes that's projection. Sometimes they have these hidden motives pent up, but they say you got hidden motives pent up, or that you're doing something sneaky. And what ends up happening is that they can think that your kindness, see, they can look at your kindness and say, oh, it's strings attached. They might say the mere fact of you being kind is like you're trying to be slick or something. Like, oh yeah, you're it has, or they might say something like, oh, the mere fact of you being kind has strings attached. Like they won't just accept things for what they are regarding you. Okay. Now, another thing, as I mentioned, they raise emotional walls. Okay. Kind of sort of like Trump's tower, right? Or Trump's wall. And see, they guard themselves, but then they expect you to be open. See? So whatever applies to them, it's almost like it doesn't apply to you. And that's not fair. So it's almost like big bank take little bank. It's like one person being in control of the whole thing. It's kind of like battleship. So they might, like I say, guard themselves, but then they want you to open up. And at the same time, they expect you to share everything, and guess what? They won't share anything with you. See that? It's like you open up, and that's what they expect. But guess what? They ain't sharing a damn thing with you. Nothing. They don't reveal. The best thing that I can say in a nutshell, never forget this, write it down if you have to, is that Scorpios, no matter if they're light, healed, or not, they do not reveal nothing, bro. It is complete darkness for them, bro. And that's where they feel comfortable because to be seen makes them feel vulnerable. See? Now, another thing is that regarding their traits, what frustrates people, okay, is that conflict and power, okay? So here, they don't argue. See, even it put it like this. They claim they don't argue, okay? Most time they won't argue, but here's the thing. Instead, they calculate. So if you go there with them and you put them on, let's say you really going at them and hey, they might not say nothing in that argument, but they don't think that they're done. They'll come back. They just do it, in a more calculated way. So they wait before responding, in other words, okay? Also, they can seek revenge and it can be subtle. They might not even look like they want revenge. Hell, you just don't even know that they're even like in that mind state, right? All of a sudden they can just start quietly distancing themselves when you need them for something. They will purposely step aside and become unavailable. Now, another thing is they see, as a sign to not be considered vulnerable, do not think that, oh, they're not vulnerable. See, because they, as I mentioned, they do everything calculated in a calculative way, okay? It means they hide it from you. So, what do you think they do with all those vulnerabilities? Do you think that they just give them out, throw them in the trash, and wait on Monday morning for the garbage man to pick them up? No. See, they use your vulnerabilities first. It's cold blooded, bro. This is why you don't tell a Scorpio your business. You don't tell them what you're currently working on. You don't give them any type of information about what's going on with you. Because guess what? They're going to use all those weaknesses of, hey, I've been on medication and meds and yeah, this thing happening. They're going to use all them little secrets, all them little stories that you told them in confident, in like you told them in a word I'm looking for, like it was a private conversation, in other words. You told them and thinking that they wouldn't say nothing, all right? Um, and what ends up happening is they use your vulnerabilities later against you. They just wait. Confidentiality. Thank you. I appreciate that, Lonnie. That's what I was trying to say. I just got cotton mouth because when I get to getting excited, man, and then I'm thirsty and shit, it's like I start stuttering and I can't talk. And then I do apologize for how it comes out. But hey, man, I'm trying. And I got my Gatorade. But yeah. Anyway, um, okay, so another thing. As I mentioned, they're not going to use their vulnerabilities. They're going to use yours, but they're going to do it later. Okay. So they could bring up personal info that you mentioned to them in conflicts. So, like, let's say, you guys get into it And then all of a sudden they're gonna start launching those type of weapons that, oh yeah, things you've told them, confidentiality, boom, they're gonna use that, you know, they're gonna weaponize it against you. Okay, so another thing they do that people get frustrated about is that they escalate things internally first. So a lot of times they can think deeper into a situation rather than, resolving it. So that's why sometimes you might think that it's an opportunity. Opportunity for you to squash something. But little do you realize that that Scorpio has already internalized the everything of how they're feeling. As they process all that, they're in a war mindset. See, because of Mars, it's almost they are on attack mode. So if you show weakness, it's not weakness. Don't think that I'm saying that it's weak to apologize. What I'm saying is, if you try to squash it, you're gonna get hurt, bro. I seen, bro. Listen, I'm not lying to you, not kidding at all. I seen a situation where a guy was trying to apologize to a Scorpio, bro, and didn't know the mental, didn't know the temperament of this Scorpio. Cause the Scorpios, they got a poker face, bro. So they don't look, if they're fuming internally, you don't see it on their face. That's the facade. See? The facade is that, I'm unbothered. So you assume that, by his facial expression, he doesn't look like he'll hurt me. He doesn't look like he's angry about anything. But you want to know what happened to my friend? He tried to squash it with the Scorpio, and the Scorpio tried to kill him, tried to shoot him. Could you imagine, bro, somebody being plain faced and you like, yo, bro, that stuff that happened, bro, I just want to squash it, only for them to raise up on you and start dumping, bro. That's why I'm like, see, you can't trust, you cannot trust that whole facial expression with Scorpios, bro. You just can't. So if you see them being calm demeanor, they could be a grim reaper. In other words, reincarnated to where, you don't even know what they're up. You can't go off of anything. You don't have nothing to go off of with Scorpio. They hide it well. In other words. Okay, so another thing is that now this is very important, okay? Okay, so as my notes say, they don't fight fair when they're hurt. Okay. Now, could you imagine a person low blow you and both of your knees buckle? You know what I'm Hey, I had to say it like that because it's like a Scorpio don't fight fair, bro. They fight dirty, bro. So it's like if you are in a situation, it's not like they're going to fight you the way that you think a fight will go down. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say if you think it's going to resort to you guys having a fist fight. No, it might not be that way. It could be gunplay. Vice versa. It could be it could be in such a way that you would never have realized it was going to go down like that. So don't be thinking that, it's going to be this way or that way, right? So instead, a Scorpio, when they're like this, they'll go for emotional weak points. See? And you see how they prepare for this stuff first. So you think that all the while you're making a good friend and you don't know that this person is actually, playing Home Alone 3 in their freaking subconscious where, they're setting up traps just like, because you gotta understand, as they are becoming friends with you and getting to know you, they're still putting you in the same bracket as an enemy. See, they're like, okay, yeah, you're cool, but hey, I'm still gonna have something like a booby trap set up for you, and I need to scan and see all your emotions and your weak spots, and then okay, as soon as this situation, becomes a problem, then in their mind, I gotta have problems ready for you. So it's like already set in motion. So that's why I say that's not good because you're manifesting that, Scorpio, and you don't even realize it. Like if you think somebody's gonna do something to you, then why the hell would you try to make friends with that person? See what I'm saying? because a lot of Scorpios get into it with a lot of people. If you don't, if you don't know now, you know. Another thing is they don't let you think you won. See, that's why they sting themselves. So sometimes if you know you've got the better end of a Scorpio, let's say you got them fired from a job that that you knew that they needed the job. But sometimes a Scorpio, like I say, they'll let you think you won the fight, but they'll flip they'll flip them tables on you. They'll flip things later on. See, and then you'll end up getting fired. Something to happen to where you got them in trouble for something. Let's say you got them written up for something, right? Then all of a sudden they got you fired. But then they also got you like blacklist from like you can never work at any of those companies. It's like they'll do you way worse through subtle manipulation because most of the time they can have leverage in most situations. Like, for instance, you don't know who they secretly know in that corporation. They could be, it's a lot of different scenarios. They could be best friends with the old, like the owner. They can live next door to to like somebody that is like in charge that you absolutely have no idea about. So that's why I always say like Scorpios, they really, really are very sneaky, bro. See, another thing is like for instance, so the Scorpio girl that I've been mentioning to you guys, right? If you guys knew about Lil Jeff, the dude from Chicago that was like that known, like, known killer or whatnot. Well, she's related to him, see, in such a way. That's what, through the grapevine. But as we know, people say all kinds of things. You really don't know what's true and what's not. But that's why I say you just keep it what it doesn't mean anything, but it's just like people say these things, but like we don't really know. But I was told through the Pisces that yeah, she's related to little Jeff, and it's like, bro, who cares? That's not gonna strike fear in me, fam. Just because you cool with Suge Knight and you such as daddy friend and all that, I don't that none of that shit moves me, bro. Because listen, I'm not being like in a whole disrespectful way about it. It's just that, bro, only person I fear is God, bro. I'm not in fear mode about no gang, nobody, bro. See what I'm saying? But anyway, continuing on. Now, another thing is that they don't forget arguments, fam. So even if you think it was just a, petty, non-important argument, they took it. Hey, they put it like this. They basically took note of it, bro. They don't let nothing go, bro. Okay. So if you have an argument with them, they will revisit those past issues. Okay. Believe it or not. They also don't like surface level resolutions. They're not quick to like, resolve things. They don't like to quickly squash things. No. So more than likely, they usually want deeper closure or none at all. See, now another thing they may do that frustrates people is they may ghost instead of a confrontation with you, in other words, or just confront you about what happened, all right, giving you the benefit of the doubt, or just merely hearing your side of the story. Instead, they're going to disappear from you. They'll just disappear, bro. Now, another trait of why people become frustrated about Scorpios is they can be unforgiving. Now, this is a big one. No matter if it's family, it could be whoever. See, once you do something and they write you off as being what unforgiving, or just having no FX given about the situation. An example of that would be the fact they can apologize. Oh, put it like this: they can apologize, but don't fully fix the situation. Now that's cold blooded. How the hell you gonna apologize only to not fix it? Not even have that even bone in your body to fix it. No intentions whatsoever to fix the situation, but you apologize. See how you can't trust? You can't even trust that their gestures, in other words. Now, another trait why people hate Scorpios, why they become frustrated. It's because they're hidden traits. See, the shit they don't talk about, stuff that you don't know about them, but then you end up finding out later, is they show different sides of them to different people. So think about this. If they show different darkness to different people, it's a reason why people here got different stories of what they've done. Oh, did you hear such and such slash such and such tires? Man, yeah, man, he egged up Tyrone's new whip pretty bad. He just got that Infinity. They have all listen, so many people have different stories and of what a Scorpio did to them, bro, to where what you thought happened to you, they probably did something worse to someone else. See? Now, and you could that's why I said Scorpios can give you the Freddy Krueger energy. Freddy Krueger has so many different victims with different stories, even though it was just a movie. It's like all his victims, they didn't die the same way. He did them all differently, different ways. But if you let them tell it, shit, it was gruesome. See, in so many ways. Okay, now let me see. Welcome everybody that just came in. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, say Lonnie said her man is Scorpio, and that hot and cold shit is very exhausting to her. She's a Libra. Said, you're definitely right about how they use people vulnerabilities against them. I've witnessed many of them do it to their own so-called friends. Yes, like, so if they see weakness in you, like, let's say my situation where I got scammed, he probably saw me as being somebody that would, put in on something or ante up. So he probably looked at me thinking, oh, I'll be the best candidate for if he tried to start up something, but me not knowing it's a scam, that it was just for him. See what I'm saying? That's what a Scorpio would do. But here's the thing. Everything has what? A backfire to it, bro. See, that's why I tell people I would rather do the right thing first, right? Therefore, I will attract that of what I will attract the same energy. So if I gave, or I just put it like this, I freely give, I try to do people right, that's what I'm gonna attract. But when you do things the wrong way and you cheat and you skim through life, bro, you will be met with what? Consequences, bro. And you don't get to pick them. Another thing is they keep backup plans emotionally. So this is why they can have secret lovers that they've never even once mentioned. You never had a clue that, hey, you wonder why they're, the whole them getting somebody pregnant ASAP, because they had that emotional, lover on the side, to where anytime anybody that pops up, suddenly in their life, 9 times out of 10, it was a backup. See, it was emotional. It was an emotional backup that they had stored. See, so pay attention to that. They don't just merely talk to new people. These people that let's say you find them with after you guys had a falling out, or hey, you guys split up or not, guess what? They'll have those emotional backup plans with people. So it's like, oh, now you get whiff that they're talking to somebody, but they've been talking to this person, but it was on the emotional level. Now, they don't show weaknesses easily. So on the, put it like this, for the most part, they look strong. For the most part, they look resilient. The most part, they look ruthless. At least that's how it looks on the surface. But always remember, they don't show weaknesses. So that doesn't mean they're not, that doesn't mean that they're not weak. They just don't show it. See that? So that's how I say, like, could you imagine that you could literally be doing a number on your enemy, but because they don't show pain, you just keep striking and you like, yo, I know that hurt. You know what I'm saying? You like, yo, I know what we just did or what I just did, what I just said. I know it hurt.
But you gotta know that it's annoying. You gotta know it hurt and leave it there. Because if you go off a Scorpio reaction, bro, you could be putting belt to A and they could have a smile or just look unbothered, but don't fall for that because it's a psychological game. It's a strategy to plant the seed that, oh, you're not doing anything. Oh, what you're doing right now is not affecting me. But you got to know that's the ego. Because when a person already lost, guess who shows up? Their alter ego. And just know you lose twice. If you even go to your ego for anything and you what? You're afraid to show weakness, you lose twice. See, that's the thing. So it's almost like you could be literally, you could have already beat a Scorpio, right? Mentally, physically. But as you begin to set eyes on them, they look unbothered. But I'm here to tell you, just know they're really hurt, fam. No matter what they say, oh, I'm not hurt. No, I don't even care. Whoop de whoop. They do care, fam. They just lying to you. See what I'm saying? So another thing is that they process their emotions privately. That's why you don't get to see them when they're hurt. See, in other words, they do it alone. Now, another thing, they act fine in public and different in private. See, it's two different ways that they behave. They can they can control their image carefully. That's what they like to do. They control their image carefully. So that's why they make sure that certain people see them and certain people don't, if that makes sense. So it's like they know exactly how to look, what to wear around different sides, different people. See? That's why people might look at them and be in such a way. They might say, oh, I don't think the Scorpio is that way. Oh, I don't think Ricky Bobby or whoever it is really like that. Oh, every time I see them, they're in a suit. Oh, every time I see them, they're polite. Oh, every time I see them, they're respectful. But remember, I said it is what you can't see. See, and a lot of times that's why I say Scorpios, they can't really do a number on Pisces out of all the zodiac signs because Pisces is intuitive. So Pisces knows when you're hurt, when you're trying to act like you're not. And see, illusion always a facade. So every time they put that mask on, it's almost like a Pisces literally burns through reality. A Pisces really burns through the mask. The mask cannot survive in water, bro. See what I'm saying? If you try to wear a mask and you go into some water, bro, that mask is coming off, bro. See, because of the pressure. Pisces automatically brings pressure to Scorpio. We are the sign that triggers Scorpio. Everybody else can say a snide comment to Scorpio and it bounces off, right? Like they have armor on. If a Pisces say something like, bro, you ugly, or hey man, you need to do this. If we say one thing to Scorpio, you best believe they take it as a dagger, bro. They take it so personal. See? Like they become triggered in such a way because the Pisces said it. See? Because Pisces, they could talk to you in such a way that is almost like a mother talking to her child, bro. It's like, Jason, you need to stop. Stop, Jason. Stop, Jason. Stop. I'm your mama. And Jason looking in that water and he like, yo, man, you lucky you a Pisces woman, but you know what? I'm gonna get down on my knees and then I'm gonna put this damn machete down. But that's what I'm trying to tell you, like for real. I know it's kind of like a messed up analogy, but that's how it is. Like, bro, people like Scorpio when they be looking at a Pisces, it's like Jason talking to his mama, fam. So it's like you just gotta know. Now, another thing is that a Scorpio, they'll try to stay mysterious on purpose, but don't fall for that because that's the facade, bro. They'll act like they so like they doing something new when they the same old bastard that you've been knowing for years, bro. Like, bro, just because you just realize that, oh, you got a new pair of shoes, you still we still know who you are. Could you imagine if Freddy Cougar was a real person and he bought a new outfit, bro? And even though he had a nice little polo tee on and some Jordans and like some blue jeans or something, and you like, damn, you ain't different. You know what I'm saying? You still shit. You like, yo, bro, I damn know you. I know you lying. Damn, hey man, listen, bro. I know you lying. You was sitting up here, you done got fresh, but guess what? You still a son of a. Oh boy, shut your mouth. Don't say that. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's people like that think they could put on a new outfit and it's supposed to change their image, bro. No, bro, you still that ugly. You still that cheese pizza face, lying, manipulative bastard. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like, that's the thing when people be like, you know, Scorpio be thinking it's like they'll come into something new, but they think it's supposed to change all the years of like the gruesomeness. Like, bro, your gruesomeness and your negativity and your selfish ways overrides anything new that you put your hands to, bro. It's nothing you could do when your reputation is already jeopardized. You're screwed. You're cooked. So you can't even redeem yourself at that point. See, it's like that's the thing. Like Diddy, okay. Even if Diddy gets out of jail, bro, ain't nobody gonna f with him, bro. Nope, cause bro, it's like his track record is so bad to where ain't nobody gonna want to touch him, bro. It's like he can go, hey man, he could bleach his skin like Michael Jackson, and they still ain't finna mess with. They still won't touch him, bro. Cause it's too much stuff that he did that's like just so gruesome to where, bro, you was literally doing this to all the artists, and then you damn near you had baby oil caked up all to the ceiling, bro. Like, no, fam, no matter what did he do, he's still gonna be people can't forget what he did, fam. That, in other words, that's how Scorpios are. It's like they burn that bridge to where no matter how they can change their life, give their life to the Lord, and guess what? People still don't trust them. Don't touch. It's like they still won't touch them. They don't want to do business with them. They still don't want them around because they can still feel like if a Scorpio was, let's say a Scorpio was a pimp, right? If a Scorpio was like a Mac Daddy type of person, and even if they gave their life to the Lord, it's like even if a Scorpio is like, it's time to give a token of love, and it's time to do a damn where they pass the little thing around, and everybody put in and whatever, right? It's still a chance that Scorpio could be manipulative, even in church, and the Scorpio could literally be like, yo, um, it could be new members coming into the church, and then a Scorpio could be like, I know we did the offering already, but we got new members coming in. Yeah, if you guys want to have a seat, about 10 minutes to close, but we did the offering already, but you know what? Let's do it again because we got 10 minutes left, and the people that just came in, welcome, welcome, welcome. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Okay, now everybody that just came in, we're gonna do another offering because we know you guys didn't have a chance to give. It's like, bro, you greedy bastard, bro. People only have one offering. Now you being manipulative, and now you gonna say, yo, oh, we gonna close. Yeah, we was getting ready to pray out and close in 10 minutes, but hey, the new people that just came in, we gonna run that offering through one more time. That's the stuff I be talking about, like, bro. And I know a Scorpio that did that, fam. So don't be sitting here thinking, oh, you going too far. Oh, now he getting to talk. I don't like this real recognized 3324. I don't like him because look, now he's going too far now. Cause now he want to talk about, I ain't talking about church. I'm saying the dude was literally, he used to be one of them like pimp daddy type dudes back in the day. Gave his life to the Lord, but now he's still doing manipulative things. So what I'm trying to tell you guys as an example is that even though he gave his life to God, he still ain't perfect. He still got some of them manipulative ways. So it's like people still can look at that and be turned off. And so it's like, yeah, even though he in a suit now, they still ain't touching him. See? Now, another thing is that they can reveal things in layers. Okay. So if you ever had a 3-layer cake, you know the top of the cake is like, just the stuff everybody can see. Probably within the second or third layer is all the good stuff. That's the same thing with Scorpio. It's like they spread everything around. See, 3 layers. So that way you got the stuff nobody cares about. Then you got, some stuff that's interesting. Then you got the good stuff all the way at the bottom, which is like those secrets. See? Now, that's what people, become frustrated about the Scorpio trait, or why people hate them. Now, another thing is that Scorpios oftentimes they hide their intentions until it's necessary to reveal them. That's not see how stealthy that is, and like that's like a military minded type of individual, bro. Because, like I say, as they hide their intentions until it's necessary to reveal them, they wait to an opportune time. See? So, what we have here is patterns. See? We have controlled sharing. See, this is all different concepts. We have selective honesty. So they're not going to even be honest just to anybody. They have selective people that they will be honest to, like grandma, and then everybody else F them. Then it's like they have emotional privacy. So it's beyond a secret at that level, because they just emotional about what's private to them. See, whatever has their feelings the most, if that makes sense. Now, according to relationships and relationship dynamics, is the fact that people hate Scorpio when they because Scorpio, they want deep loyalty, but then they end up turning you off by and pushing you away because they test it constantly. See, you can't over test something, bro, and expect it to be loyal to you. See, because now you've already opened a can of worms, because you've manifested that you manifesting and um the outcome, see, to be negative. It's almost like you didn't give a person a chance to make a decision, because everybody has a choice, and you have to be fair and give everybody options. See, because if a person's gonna be loyal to you, give them a fair share. Let them make the decision. Let them make that decision to be loyal to you, not you trying to control them. See? Now, another thing is that they could be subtly possessive. So let's say they do get with you. Now, they might try to trap you. See? I know a Scorpio right now that he has no job, right? The dude that scammed me, in other words. And mind you, he told me that he purposely trapped his girlfriend because he didn't want her to leave him, so he purposely got her pregnant to trap her. See, you normally hear that a girl would do that to a guy, but nope, a Scorpio did it to a girl. Now, another thing is they struggle with vulnerability in relationships. So a lot of times they're not really so comfortable revealing what they're up to. Mind you, you could be in the house, bro. Literally, you could be the girlfriend of a Scorpio, you could be the wife of a Scorpio. But let's say he loves you, but he doesn't tell you it. And then next thing you know, every night when he gets off work, he's sitting in his car doing God knows what, right? So it's after hours. You're like, yo, where is the Scorpio at? It's damn, he been got off work. Why is he sitting outside in his car? Then all of a sudden, and you're highly aware that the big booty Keisha lives right next door, and you don't know if he's looking at her, you don't know what he's doing, snooping around, but you know he's not in the house. See, so it's little things like that, because a Scorpio can literally be playing games and doing these little mind games with the whole mere idea. See, just because they don't want to show vulnerability, they don't like to snuggle up, they don't like to hold hands or do certain things that make them feel vulnerable. In other words, because now they're afraid that you're going to try to hurt them or try to control them if you know their vulnerabilities. Now, another thing regarding the traits of what frustrates people is they expect emotional intelligence from others. See, a lot of times they need control in order to feel secure in friendships and relationships. So you could only imagine how that's gonna go. A lot of times too, um, they don't like feeling replaceable. That's why they trap you in such a way. They make it to where they got their hands in, in everything, like AKA mob ties. They make sure everything that they got going on with you is gonna be hard as hell for you to just leave them or replace them. See, whether it be kids, whether you guys got a baby on the way, whether they got their name on the lease and you don't in your name or whatnot, or maybe they got just a marriage, something where you're constantly tied to them where you just can't break away like uh gorilla glue. Okay. So another thing is they will purposely push people away just to test you and see what you'll do. Um and they also live their life with a all or nothing when it comes to love and relationships. They also can piss people off by, expecting you to be consistent, but then all of a sudden they they'll end up being unpredictable, in other words. So it's like they want you to be consistent while they be unpredictable, which is not fair. Another thing that people hate about Scorpios is they value depth over peace. So all the Scorpios is concerned about is things being deep. See, it's like they want a deep, loving relationship, but then they don't want no peace. So yeah, if you guys are constantly fighting, arguing, bickering over everything every day, they cool with that. But what they not gonna be cool with is you sitting in a room, silent, reading a book. See? Because they gonna be looking at you like, oh, you up to something. You in here reading? What the hell? You know, that book ain't that damn interesting. They gonna pick a fight with you over the damn book. Okay. Another thing is under the radar. See? Now, under the radar is the things you can't see subconsciously. These are the truths, and this is the stuff that pisses people off. Why people hate Scorpio is their silence, bro. A Scorpio, have you ever seen a Scorpio in silence? A Scorpio can literally take a shower, bro, and literally you don't hear no water running. All you keep hearing is that little soap, the little, you hear like maybe a couple little wipes, and then all of a sudden nothing, right? And you like, wait a minute. You go, your girl in the tub, and you like, well, I don't hear nothing. What the hell is she in there doing? But in other words, their silence creates anxiety, fam. You might think they did a damn Whitney Houston move. Damn, you don't know if they didn't drown her or something, but it's like it could give you an unsettling feeling of anxiety. See, they can also um feel intimidating to others without even trying. See, it could be, oh, did you meet the neighbors? All of a sudden, the neighbor meets the Scorpio man that doesn't smile. Hey, how you doing, sir? My name's Billy Bob. And then the Scorpio gives the damn neighbor those beady eyes, those eyes that where they don't blink to where, Scorpios, their eyes are like weird, okay? Their eyes are like kind of like those how can I say it? Eagle eyes. Or owls, like how an owl looks is like their eyes lock onto you and it's like they don't blink and they give you that death stare to where like it makes you kind of like swallow your spit. You kind of like you kind of look at them like, damn, dude, you giving me a real funny look there, buddy. They'll give you one of those looks, fam, but then all of a sudden it makes people feel uncomfortable or awkward. And then they just avoid you. But sometimes the Scorpio does it on purpose. See? So another thing is a Scorpio, they can drain emotional energy. See? So when you look at an energy vampire, more than likely that came from somebody experiencing that with the Scorpio. Okay. Now I'm gonna tell you why. Because a Scorpio, they can drain emotional energy over time, bro. Over time. I'm gonna tell you like this. Let's say you was a nice woman, okay? Let's say you was brought up in church, didn't rarely argue, never, you just was a nice young lady. in your 20s, you maybe 18 years old, boom, right? You meet a Scorpio man, right? Everything was going good when y'all first, hit it off. Boom. Now you pregnant. You got his baby, Now, all of a sudden, you have went through it with this person. I'm talking about now you are not the same person when you met them. See, you transformed into, they made you transform into a woman that you didn't want to be. So now you cussing, you throw stuff, you break stuff, hey, you do all kinds of stuff that you didn't do when they first met you. See? So now you end up having, they give you this identity crisis where you start to freak out because you're nothing like yourself. See? So what ends up happening, they drain your emotional energy. They suck you dry. See? They take all your energy, your emotions from you and apply their own, so that way you're living in the world of emotions that are not even yours. See, you dealing with hell, what feels like hell on earth, when you are allowing them to take over. And then all of a sudden, this is the thing, I'm gonna tell you how they take over. It's almost like F how you feel. I feel like this, and this is gonna override your emotions. See, how do I know this to be true? Okay. I remember working at Domino's, right? And we was watching the NBA game back. It was like 2021. Watching the NBA game. Next thing you know, the Scorpio, he wanted a certain team to win, right? And then I was like, no, I want this team to win. And then he got to asking me questions like, I said, man, I don't feel good. I'm finna go home. Cause I was like, my stomach hurting and whatnot. This man gonna say, oh man, shit, I'm going home cause my stomach hurting. Yeah, hey, your stomach ain't hurting like mine. I said, what the? I was like, I don't give a damn what he talking about. I'm going home. My stomach hurt. But the way he tried to shut down my emotions to apply his own, that's what I'm speaking of. Like, oh, he think he hurt more than me. Like, how he feeling right now is more than what I'm feeling. See? So it's like a Scorpio can say, oh, I feel sick. And then it's almost like, because you said you feel sick, he won't feel sorry for you. He won't even show any sympathy. He doesn't have kindness. He doesn't have empathy. He'll look at that and see the whole outcome like, oh my God, did I just hear that she said she's sick? Oh, she thinks she's gonna leave me on shift by myself tonight? Okay. Well, he'll end up emailing the boss and say, oh man, I got food poisoning. I gotta go home now. Just to sabotage her from leaving because he knows that, he's going to be working alone tonight. That's how Scorpios can, man, listen, they can outmaneuver you in such a way, even though you're not trying to purposely do anything. Your stomach could just be hurting, but because he realizes that, oh, you're going to get sympathy, or hey, the boss is going to give you a day off, he'll make sure he either gets you back for it if he can't get off first. And I'm going to tell you, it happened to me. I went home sick, right? One time, went home sick. The Scorpio, I guess he got mad because he was left on shift alone, right? Boom. They ain't have no coverage. Only two, this man, as soon as I came back to work, y'all, this man took a whole freaking week off vacation, bro. So who was working alone for 1 week on third shift? It was me. See? But I had fun because half the time I was asleep. I had sleep apnea. So I was asleep, and guess what? I was playing,
I had fun, so he ain't.
hurting me by sabotaging, thinking that, oh, he was mad because I got off because my stomach was hurting. But then he ended up trying to take his his week vacation, like to try to punish me or something. I'm like, bro, you was petty as hell, bro. So that's just one thing that can happen under the radar. Now, another thing is that they can feel emotionally heavy around you, okay? So you always know something's up, see? And that can make you feel some type of way because you can't use empathy when they're like this. It won't listen, bro. Don't let them suck your energy, drain your energy like that. So you can't offer any type of like sympathy, empathy, because they're not gonna open up, even if you know what something's going on, or you know that something is like up, something's like stirring up, right? Uh, and I'm gonna tell you why they don't reassure easily. Like, you know how a person will reassure you of something or tell you, oh, you'll be all right, or hey, everything will work out. They don't do that. They won't do that. See? So they can put it like this. They can apply intensity, not empathy. They can make things more uncomfortable. They can make things more intense to where they will revert and go back to intensity than giving you then to reassure you or to make you feel better, in other words. And they also can make people feel judged. See, they can make people feel judged. They can overwhelm you with their intensity. See, so that's why a lot of times people don't feel comfortable around them, in other words, because listen, it's not about being comfortable. What are they trying to avoid at best? Silence. What does silence do ultimately? It reveals things. What does it reveal? Weaknesses, vulnerabilities. They come out in silence. A Scorpio is hardest to not reveal himself or herself. So the last thing they want is peace. That's why they get even more intense, more loud, more full of rage and anger. And like I say, they do all of this to scare the hell out of you. So that way, the only person, if anybody's going to be silent, is them. See? So they can clear a whole room out just by being intense with their emotions. So that way they end up controlling the room and who enters into it, because the last thing they want is to be vulnerable, to show any sort of or type of weak points regarding their emotions. But best believe that they're gonna want to know yours first. See, and that's what they're gonna go off of. They also can hold subtle power in relationship dynamics, friendships. Um, like I say, they can like I say, expect loyalty, but then question yours. They could complicate simple situations that don't even a simple situation that doesn't even have to get to a bad situation, if that makes sense. So they just they can really make things worse, in such a way. Now, another thing regarding that people should know about, okay, that nobody talks about, is that people hate Scorpios because of these traits, and it frustrates them. I'm gonna tell you why. Scorpios hate losing emotional control. See, they hate it. They also, because let me tell you, like, let's say a Scorpio thought they pissed you off or thought they would piss you off, but you didn't react. That of which you not reacting is going to piss them off, man, because they bank on that. They gotta get that reaction out of you. If they don't get it, it's just like going to the bank and being unable to withdraw any money, right? To having that whole feeling of you assuming that you could withdraw, only to find out you can't. Not today, not tomorrow, whatever, right? That will piss them off. It will really get to them, okay? Another thing is they may sabotage things before they actually get hurt, okay? So if they know that you're gonna break up with them, they're gonna sabotage the relationship first. If they know, oh, something's gonna happen where they're gonna be affected, they're gonna try to hurt you first. But here's the thing: they don't try to sabotage you; they try to sabotage your resources first. So imagine if they know you had a good job and they can no longer benefit from it. That Scorpio will try to get you to lose your job. See, they'll try to hurt you in a way where your money is affected now. It's like, oh, something that prevents you from making the good money that you make. They can call your job and like just You know what I'm saying? Just start to, cause chaos. They can call your job and say all kinds of things, threaten, do stuff to try to get you to lose your job. Remember, they do not play fair when they're upset. They do not play fair. It's not like oh, my baby daddy is mad at me because yeah, I didn't answer my phone when he called. It's more than that. That man gonna come to your job. He gonna listen, bro. As crazy as Scorpios can be, they will literally come to your job unannounced, walk right in the lobby, and get to just cussing and just yelling and all kind of uncontrollable, emotional, just stuff that is like, yo, I can't believe you came to my job and did that. And then when people be like, yo, who are you? Oh, that's my wife. Yeah, answer my calls. Yeah, you ain't answer my mother. It's like they just trying to sabotage and get you to lose your job because they know that that's going to be something that's going to get a reaction out of you. Okay, that's what they're going to go for. Um, Another thing is they will overread in between the lines. It's one thing to read in between the lines, but with Scorpio, they overread in between the lines. They can assume the worst case scenarios in most aspects, relationships. Um, People also hate them because they don't fully trust happiness. So if you're naturally just like a happy person, they won't trust it. See? So how can you not trust somebody that's just naturally happy? Somebody that just likes to smile, somebody that just wants to enjoy their life. Unfortunately, a Scorpio won't trust you. See? Another thing is and I'm gonna tell you why. It's because they get insecure when you're happy, and then all of a sudden, what they try to do is they would rather go to somebody that is like terrible, somebody that has like a bad attitude, somebody that's obnoxious. Remember, picking that booth way back in the corner in the restaurant for a reason only to hide. See, they would rather you be obnoxious. They would rather you be a loudmouth, disrespectful, and hide behind you. Hide behind you because now your antics, it hides their hands. So it's like, oh, that's very that's a spot for them to feel comfortable because it's intense there. See, they like to hide in intense situations with the person's emotions. It's like that person might not know how to manage their emotions, so that a Scorpio would purposely get with them. How do I know this to be true? I know a family member right now that purposely married a lunatic. See, married a Aries, and literally the Aries was not even like, you would never even have seen anything with, you wouldn't listen, you wouldn't have seen anything in this Aries man that would made him to look as if he was a good pair for the Scorpio. It was like she only got with him because he was it was chaos to be somewhere for her to hide, if that makes sense. It had nothing to do with it had nothing to do with but then it's crazy. All the guys in her life that were actually like good for her, she didn't want them. She didn't want them because it was too peaceful. See, it was going to expose her more than it would have did the other, it would expose her more. Trying to charge my phone, y'all. But yeah, it would expose her more. So that's the reason why she would rather have got with somebody that was like a nutcase. See, now another thing is that they don't like being figured out by people. So as soon as you know them, this is why they can be superficial. You know, they can be superficial when you meet them, and it's like salt and pepper because it's like even if they're sweet and sour, they can't do it consistently. It's always like they have to be mean. See, they have to be mean to a person as they get to know you. It's like they can't just, as soon as you figure them out, it's almost like they're gonna find a way to hurt you. See, to change the dynamic between the two of you. Now, they also can turn love into control. So sometimes when you think you're in love, sometimes you're just being controlled. You sometimes you could get this uh, uh uh, misunderstanding of thinking that, oh, my Scorpio loves me, but really they're just controlling the hell out of you. See, we call that manipulation. They also can want the depth, but then fear exposure, and that could piss people off. They could also be uh their own worst enemy because of their insecurities, through projection. They can also feel everything, okay? They can feel everything, but then rarely show it fully. So sometimes you Scorpios, y'all can feel a little too much. See? Now, here's another thing, okay? And their style, they have a style of how they show emotions, how they deal with emotions, and they tend to do this or use it in a pattern, okay? Now, the problem here is that they're hard to read, okay? So you have to follow their behavior patterns, because their behavior patterns that also goes and ties into their composure, their comfortability. So the way that they carry themselves. So remember I said they can be very intense, but that intensity, okay, that intensity applies to their behavior. So not only are they intense by the way they behave, they also are private. Then they also will use the emotions of which they feel as what? As a weapon, a strategy. So this is the reason why you could be up against a Scorpio and be dealing with a strategic personality and not even know it. See, because sometimes you might look at the traits, you might say, oh man, this Scorpio is evil, but they're really using a strategy. See, and a lot of times that's the whole mere fact with the dynamics that you're feeling, and that you might be simply confusing it. See, just because that strategic personality that they brought into the relationship in the first place, it overwhelms your emotions. It's very overwhelming and it's hard to deal with. See, because they're using it as a weapon, if that makes sense. They're strategizing it. So the personality that they enter into the relationship with is a strategy, man. That's why it doesn't feel like a relationship. See? So that's why I said they can be military minded. Also, they can also try to control information so bad to where it's almost like you're being with a detective, except their detective work has nothing to do with you. See, you can't benefit off the things that they know about. Like anything they gather information about, you can't benefit from, because it was not meant for you. It's almost like the more information that they get, what tends to happen is they don't reveal everything. Like all the intel, the information they get, they don't reveal it. They do not reveal it all at once. So if they find out something, guess what? They're not going to tell you. See? And then you end up learning their real feelings months later. See? Because sometimes they could just strategize everything that they got on you. See? And never apply their real true intent or emotions. So, like I say, you could be dealing with a person that has strategized their personality just to what? Just to get information on you to use against, so that way they don't have to what? Reveal themselves. It's cold blooded. Like, how you gonna be somebody's enemy and somebody's lover at the same damn time, bro? See this? That's why Scorpio is considered a hidden enemy, bro. Because listen, they refuse to reveal their true personality, bro. Until you get with them and you've been together with them for quite some time, then you start finding out how they really feel about you. But they never tell you it, they never show you it right away. But isn't that how it's supposed to be? See how manipulative and conniving that can be to a person where that's not even realistic. See, that's why I say you got to look out for yourself, especially when you're dealing with a selfish person, bro. And see, here's the thing. They can choose what version of themselves that you see. Oh, they might feel like, oh, they might just show you the good side. They might show you the version of themselves that their grandmother knows. Oh, my baby. Oh, my poor baby, my baby bimbo. That's my baby right there. Baby bimbo. Baby bimbo can't do nothing wrong in grandma's eyes because of the version the Scorpio shows grandma. But oh, he's a damn bastard. Comes across women, don't treat them right, don't say thank you, disrespectful, sleeping with the whole city. But grandma don't get that version of him. She love Bimbo and think Bimbo can't hurt a fly. See? And that's the thing with Scorpio. You see how manipulative that is? That, oh, grandma think he don't do nothing wrong, but he out here terrorizing everybody. See? So here is why people hate Scorpio, bro. Because Scorpios, y'all like to show different personalities in public versus the private life. But you ain't fooling the Pisces. You better watch your ass if you come across a Pisces. Because I guarantee you, you got a girlfriend, but guess what? We gonna separate that shit. It's gonna be, yeah, your girl, but hey, she might be my friend. Or she might end up being my girl and your friend. So yeah, you got a girlfriend, but it don't fly the same way that you thought the fly landed on it. See, you can't think for 1 second, that facade ain't gonna work on somebody that's the illusionist, bro. See? So that's why I say it only work on some people, don't work on Scorpio. Now you see how advanced this is? How advanced. Listen, if a Scorpio cannot manipulate a Pisces, bro, and you doing all this slick stuff, that lets you know that Pluto ain't got nothing on Neptune, buddy. Nope. Never did. Never did. See? Because you can't manipulate what you can't see, bro. Hey, it hit different. See that? It hit different. You can't manipulate what you can't see. What you might thought you saw a latch, fam, and you thought you could put a hitch on it, bro. And only to find out that, damn, that mug didn't, hey, it wasn't that sturdy. See, and ended up breaking apart and your ass ended up driving and falling into the cliff of water, right? See? So anyway, moving along. The problem with Scorpio, another reason why people hate Scorpio is because they keep certain topics off limits. Or they don't want to talk about how they done terrorized the city. They don't want to talk about how they gave Burp herpes. They don't want to talk about how they burnt up the spaghetti and didn't put the right seasonings in it and it was nasty as hell, right? They don't want to tell you about the unfortunate times when nobody clapped when they walked across the stage, even though they thought they did something very important. Hey, you graduated, but nobody clapped. Nobody. See? Not even the damn school attendant, the person that actually just, hey, you know what? I'm not funny. I'm not even gonna know. But anyway, another thing is this. They keep, like I said, they keep certain topics off limits. And I'm gonna tell you, this is why they can steer conversations in different directions. Change the subject mid-sentence when things get too personal. How many of y'all in chat ever experienced this with a Scorpio? See, another thing they do, they like to answer questions selectively. Like, oh, if they don't consider you to be the baby or the baby daddy, somebody that they want to answer. somebody that they want to answer to. In other words, they'll answer selectively, only responding to certain people that ask the question, but skipping the key details. Oh, they know how to take the details out of a situation. See, that's why a lot of times Virgo don't even like them. Now, another thing is they don't explain their full reasoning. See, they don't explain why they felt that way. Why do they think such and such is on something? And I'm going to tell you, every time you ask them why, guess what a Scorpio tells you? Oh, I just know. I just know. I just know that this person is doing this. I just know he didn't come to the funeral. He didn't come to uncle or grandpa such and such funeral because he didn't really F with us like that. And then there is no facts and there's no details to prove it. See? So you just listen to anybody just say something and just, it's stupid, right? Now, another thing is when you are dealing with a Scorpio, they can be the type of person that withholds their emotions, okay? Now, let's imagine that a Scorpio had a close friend, right? And he passed away, okay? Most people will cry, right? Most people will cry and they'll say, damn, man, it was my dog, bro. That was my homie, man, my ace-boo, coon, Bonnie and Clyde, man. Damn, wooty, 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 woo, right? And then they realize that the Scorpio could go quiet instead of reacting immediately. So in the pew at the funeral service, the Scorpio is literally sitting there with no emotion. He not crying, he not saying nothing, he's just existing in the moment, right? But why no response during this ceremony? No response during the conflict, but feeling everything and just not saying nothing. See, that's why people hate your ass, man. That's why people hate you, bro, because you don't show how you really feel. You're afraid of that alone of how you really feel, bro. How can you even be human when you are afraid of how you feel, bro? If you want to cry, cry. Nobody cares. See, you're overthinking it. But that's the thing. See, Scorpios need to be stable. See, that's why they opposite polarity Taurus. They need to be stable, fam. Because listen, a lot of times, yeah, they have a hard time letting go of these little emotions that everybody else can step aside from, get past, heal from, forgive, forget, but not Scorpio. Scorpio gets a woman, and then all of a sudden, he thinks it's his ball. Oh, this is my ball. Squeezing it like a basketball. Got his hands on her head like this, talking about this my ball. Bro, if you don't go take your old monkey, bro, it's just Scorpio's weird, bro. Like the man would literally refuse to work a job because he worried about who gonna talk to his girl, bro. And then it's like what he would put his girl through emotionally, just just off of his intensity of his insecurities. It's crazy. Like literally, I'm telling you, bro, some people literally go through a death experience, bro. Transformation, rebirth. And like I say, only if they could just walk away from that Scorpio. Because guess what? Sometimes if a woman of her innocence was taken from her from a Scorpio, maybe she could be reincarnated. See? Where next you know, your sister has a baby and it looked just like the girl that was with the Scorpio, right? Hey, she got the gray eyes. Only thing is missing is what? Age and the same hairdo, right? You never know. Nobody knows. But what I'm saying is like, bro, the whole it was a bad analogy how I said it. But anyway, what I was trying to say was like, look, if you get out of a situation like that, in other words, don't feel like you got to stay in that, okay? In other words, because it's like if you do that, then you just letting the Scorpio take over. Now, another thing people hate about Scorpios and what frustrates them is that they retreat when they feel overwhelmed. See? So this is almost like a coward move where soon as they get overwhelmed, they done took enough hits, then all of a sudden they want to retreat. See, after talking all that tough talk, right? So what they would rather do in a situation is disappear instead of taking it out or just, just letting it go, talking it out. I said taking it out, but instead of just talking it out, they would just disappear. So this is why I say you can never really trust how a Scorpio vents because if you just gonna disappear, then to me, it's like, that's why I say it's like a coward move. Like, why would you do all of that? Because you want people to perceive you as tough, but a lot of times you you show the opposite, right? Now, another thing why people hate Scorpio and what frustrates them is that they don't, a Scorpio, um, they don't show that they're hurt easily, as I mentioned. And here's the thing. Later on, they will break about it. See, you don't know until later. Later on, as you've been with them, you will realize that, damn, they were actually hurt or wounded that one day that I thought they were okay. But now, as they bring it up years later, months later, oh, damn, you were actually wounded that day. But it's so crazy how everything gets revealed over time, bro, with Scorpio. Everything doesn't get revealed when it's supposed to. See? So don't, you know, don't look at them as being genuine. Look at them as being a strategy. Now, another thing is this. Why? I'm gonna tell you why too, to back it up. Because they have a fear of losing you. They have a fear of loss. So this is why they look at everything as a strategy. Now, another thing is that let's say they're in a relationship. They like to delay emotional responses. So let's say something of which you guys are doing requires it. They will hold back. They will stall you. See, stalling is a form of manipulation. See, so let's say let's say you need some milk for the baby, some diapers, right? And the Scorpio, they're about to get off work. So you hit your baby daddy up to go get some diapers and some milk. Only to find out he doesn't answer his phone and then he gets home and acts like, oh, missed call. Oh, I didn't know you called me. My phone was off or my phone was on silent. But he just didn't want to go get the milk. He didn't want to do it. But what he did was he delayed his emotional response to the need on purpose, but drove home and acted like, oh, my phone was off. He'll literally turn his phone off and be like, oh, you see, my phone was off. I didn't even know you called me. And then it's like, damn, I just called you to go get some milk and get some diapers. We're out of diapers. But see how he gets a reaction out of you even when you are not even trying to argue it. You just bring something emotional to him, far as like something y'all need to get. See, so it's like everything he does is like his energy is reactive. It's like when he do something that's not even like called for, he gets a reaction. He can't. It's like he could go anywhere and he's gonna piss off somebody that's nearby. He's gonna trigger somebody just by being there, fam. Just by being, he could literally go to like he could go somewhere and then like lights could start flickering. He can literally just sit because his frequency is like super demonic, bro. So like he could literally go somewhere and the power go out. He could be sitting somewhere and next thing you know, an explosion something can just explode, a combustion just boom, something blow up. It's like he could be in a house and all of a sudden it's like the microwave, something just happened to where it's like some electricity, something odd, just crazy, just jump off, boom. It's like everything's reacting to his energy, bro. So that's why they say when you are around a Scorpio, you can literally feel them being in the room. It's like, bro, what is that? Like you could feel some type of heaviness. It could feel like anxiety. You could feel something like, man, something ain't really feeling right in this room. Like, who is that? And next thing you know, it's that Scorpio in the corner. It could be that big bear looking mother effer that just like got his hoodie on and just sitting in the corner. And you like, and look, when he's sitting in the corner, he'll have that death stare just looking at everybody like, you, anytime you see that stare, and they ain't saying nothing, they're goddamn Scorpio, bro. It ain't, and you know, that's sometimes, see, a Pisces though, if a Pisces see that, a Pisces gonna call them out. Because remember I said Pisces brings everything to the surface, bro. So as soon as you hiding something and you don't want nobody to be it, hey, you ain't trying to attract no attention to yourself. Oh, you don't want the sun to be out. You want to stay in the shade. You don't want no sun being shined on you. Because you the most dangerous one where everybody need to be, paying attention to. Because Scorpio, listen, not only would Scorpio take advantage if they could, but let's say you at the clinic, right? You go get tested. Let's say you leave your bag. You a woman, you accidentally leave your purse at your seat, but you in the clinic. You at the dentist. You waiting. You got an appointment. Next thing you know, that Scorpio sitting up in there. He could be an old ass man, bro. Literally too old to be stealing. And he'll take that purse, bro. And he ain't gonna say, oh yeah, he ain't gonna take it to the front desk and be like, yo, this belong to anybody. Nope, he gonna take it. He gonna look through it first. And I'm telling you, Scorpios are stealthy, bro. Like, that's what I said. They are like a spider, bro. Either you gonna kill it or you gonna ignore it. And hey, if it bites you on your lip and you get a bump, you could have killed, you could have got it done early by stepping on it. See that? And moving on. Now, another thing is this. Okay. Now, the social strategy here, okay, is that Scorpio is about controlling what you see. See, Scorpios are here to plant the seed. Transformation starts with what? How you perceive things. Once you realize that, man, I need to lose some weight. Oh, I need to go to the gym. So it's going to take some tension for me to change and transform. Well, guess what? Scorpio is here to do just that. They will bring some tension to your life to change you. See that? Scorpios help you transform. So let's say a person that makes fun of you for being of size or being too skinny, right? And you feel that tension. You like, yo, why is you coming down on me? It's not like Virgo where Virgo nitpicks, but it's more of a frustration. But I'm talking about when Scorpio do it, you feel it on 10 to where it's like, damn, the jokes is not jokes. They're like little daggers that dig into your skin like a tick. So if you try to take it out, a piece of the tick break off into you, and then you get an infection, right? Then you end up gotta go and go to the doctor. But that's the thing with the Scorpio, they sting you in such a way with stinging words. See, it comes off as attacking with words, like bee stings with words. Okay. So when they say stuff, it's like these are not like words of sympathy. This is not words of like uplifting someone. These are words to make you feel like crap. See, to where you end up saying, man, F this S, I'm going to the gym. I don't like what this dude said to me, or I don't like what this girl said to me about my weight. I'm gonna go to the gym and change it. So you end up transforming off of what they said. So they initiated it, see, with their fixed mindset. So as they socialize, the Scorpio literally will change the way you perceive things, see, based on their behavior. It's cold-blooded, bro. That's why I said If you see a Scorpio, run, bro. I'm talking about run. Grab your shit and get away from them, bro. Move into a house with a Cancer, a Pisces, a Sagittarius, a Leo, anything but a Scorpio. See, I'm going to tell you why, bro. Because listen, if you literally let a Scorpio around you too long, they will end up owning you, bro. Whether you're their friend, whether you're their lover, they will own you. They will take all your power away from you, all your free will, to where they're telling you what to do. See, they'll tell you not to work for, hey, you know what's crazy? It could be a Scorpio working at McDonald's, right? Even if he's the manager, right? He could literally tell his girlfriend, baby, you ain't gotta work no more. I'm a manager at McDonald's and I'm gonna take care of you, right? And she could be like, okay, okay, daddy, okay, all right. And literally, bro, he could literally be thinking he doing something with that little punk at. Like, I'm not looking down on nobody that work at McDonald's. Trust me, I'm not. I put a disclaimer. But he can really be so prideful and arrogant and just so fixed and really thinking that he providing and doing something, flipping them damn hamburgers, Brody. To where I appreciate that, Go Diego. Hey, I appreciate that. But look, I'm being dead ass, man, for real. Like, they can really be so damn like thinking they really doing something, bro. And you looking on the outside looking in, you like, bro, he must really got control over this person. Because if she think that she finna get a damn Rolex or some damn Birkin bags off of him flipping them damn patties, bro, then I guess we all going to hell, man. If that's the case, we all going to hell. If you really think you finna get a Birkin bag from a man flipping a damn burger, bro, it ain't. See, that's saying that only work on little girls. That work on what? 18-year-olds. See? And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all, like, bro, Scorpios is like Ike and Tina, bro. When Tina was getting her, Ike was having his way with her. See? Rolling every time Tina challenged him, bro. What you say? Wait. Who you talking to? Rolling at his damn, you know what? And then he slapping her up and stuff, bro. That's how Scorpios would do. Like, behind the scenes, they can literally be like doing all that, playing patty cake with your face, and it's like nobody know about it. And you wonder why you cannot make a decision even if you wanted to. Anything you input, you say, that Scorpio is harping on you, bro. What you say? I know you ain't bucking up. You ain't talking. No, you gonna stay at home. I'm gonna go to McDonald's and I'm gonna make some damn McMuffins. And this is, hey, you gonna have everything you need. Hell, you don't need nothing. Go in there and make a damn hot dog. Little stuff. And it's like, yo, if you really got to see a Scorpio yelling at his girlfriend, bro, to stay in the house just because he knows she look good, bro, he won't let her leave the house at all, bro. Even if her sister rang the doorbell, bro. He'll be like this. Ding dong. He'll be like, yo, who is that? Oh, it's my sister. What your sister want? Hey, she told me that we gonna do our makeup and no, y'all ain't. Y'all ain't going nowhere. Who said you was getting out the house? No, you ain't getting no damn makeup. Anything that girl bring for her sister, bro, he gonna be trying to be in the middle of it. Like, he's so crazy. This man can have a bird chest, no drawers on, answer the door half naked, and be like, yo, what are you doing? What you want? Okay, you trying to give her a brush? This man will literally have this girl press and comb her little bag with her hairdo and all the girly stuff. And he's sitting up there. He's so insecure, he got to bring the bag to the girl because he want to look through it. Man, it's sad, bro. Like, he would be in the middle because this man is so insecure. He would literally go through her bag, bro, her like makeup bag, bro, and be like, hey, okay, so, y'all, man, I know you cheating. I can feel it. I know you cheating, because what's this right here? Look at this. I told you, see what you, look, this that man, that's that nigga that you was talking to. I know you was talking to him. Then she, look. The Scorpio be like, look, see, I knew it. I knew you was cheating on me, because look at this. I could smell it. I can smell it. Look, I can even taste it. Like, I knew you was cheating. To say I knew it. I knew you was that your sister's a bad influence for you. And next thing you know, bro, he can have all them sobbing, crying, bro, while this man acting a damn fool over nothing. Ain't nobody doing nothing. But he just gotta do this crazy stuff, bro, to keep things. He got to do all of that to keep things from being peaceful, bro. And that's why people hate Scorpio, bro. And here's another, I'm not done. I'm going in, bro. Y'all thought I was done. I'm just getting started. See, y'all ain't even know I was gonna do this, bro. I didn't even know I was gonna do this. But it's time, man. You know, you gotta do the time. Stop the baby crying, man. It's gonna be all right. Hold him back. Hold him back. No, let me get him. Let me get him. God damn it. Let me get him. Let me get him. Okay, so the next thing is this. Controlling relationships. See, y'all, what do you want so much control for? Isn't the PlayStation 4 enough, man? Damn, you got to have another. Listen, controlling relationships. See, Scorpios, they set emotional boundaries strongly. Ain't nobody even say that the emotions was gonna get involved that early so soon, so they could pull away when something feels off, even if they didn't pay the light bill. Oh, you gonna leave? Not only did you not pay the light bill, you left. And guess who's at home breastfeeding? Your baby mama. In the damn dark. In the dark. Because you didn't pay the bill. But oh, you want to get emotionally overwhelmed because, oh yeah, it's all should have been paid. But you were supposed to pay it, Mr. Boom Busty, Mr. Monopoly Jr. You wanted to be in control of the money, but you ain't got no money. You ain't even got a job. You know what's crazy, bro? This be pissing me off, bro. Why would you trap a woman, get her pregnant, and now when you can't pay for nothing, you out here scheming and scamming people, only to what? You can't even put no meal on the table, Brody. But this is the only thing you care about. Oh, but I got that Oscar Mayer though, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. She can't. Hey, bro, that's only gonna last for so long, bro. Nobody care about your freaky ass. Nobody care about your freaky ass. Nobody care. Cause that's the least of a woman. A woman not gonna stay with a man that can't provide. And that's it. So you could be freaky going into, listen, bro, it's only gonna take you the same place that Diddy at, R. Kelly. You gotta work, man. You gotta work and you don't eat. If you don't work, you don't eat. Ain't no option not to work, bro. But this is the thing. You wanna trap women, get them pregnant, because you just don't know if you gonna make it. You don't know if you gonna really keep a job. See? So anyway, the next thing, because I'm starting to get mad, bro. And the next thing is this. They test consistency over time. Bro, how you gonna test consistency over time? Who the hell you think you are? You ain't God. Bro, if you get with somebody, you gotta give them a chance. That's the reason why you get to know them, idiot. But you want to get her pregnant first, idiot. So that's why I say you want her to be consistent over time. Why don't you do it first? See, That's the stuff I'm talking about. And it's like this. They will literally sit there and watch you over time to see if you gonna be consistent when what? They can't even stay reliable, bro. You can't even count on them to go get some damn milk without lying and saying their phone is off, right? Another thing is they don't rush emotional access to them, bro. Now, how fair is that, fam? Except through their Peter Weeder. That's the only uh emotional access that they will give you is to those intimate moments. But they think that that's going to override the fact of the need of a family to have what? The finances in order. Okay? Now, another thing is that by them not giving you or rushing into the whole emotional access thing at the same time, what was meaning to tell y'all is that they just take their time before they open up fully. They also notice small changes in behavior earlier on. And that's another reason, see, why people don't like them and they get frustrated by Scorpio. So, in other words, they can start an argument with you after feeling like this and say to you, you've been different lately. See, it's like, how can you say that when you just notice small changes in behavior? See, how can you just jump to that conclusion, in other words? If facts, Lonnie, that yeah, they intense first and consistent later. See, but like I say, man, another thing is this. Another thing they could do is they respond strongly to perceived disloyalty. How can you ignore everything else, but as soon as you see disloyalty, you the loudest person in the room? See, like you the loudest person in the room, like you just discovered it. You ain't Louis Armstrong. You ain't the first man on the moon. But oh, soon as somebody disloyal, you want to be, oh man, what you doing? And yeah, I knew I couldn't trust you, bro. But somebody loyal to you, you still do the same thing. But it's like it's almost like Scorpios it's like they can accuse you, assume you're doing something. It's like they're just looking for something. Even if they don't have anything that you're doing wrong, it's like you just want to find something just so you could project onto me. You just want to find something wrong. You know how sometimes in relationships it don't be nothing wrong, but somebody just want to sit there and nitpick and start something because they just want to find something. But if they get whiff of that, oh, you did something disloyal, they gonna blow it up. See, but here's the thing. They will end up pulling back after the trust shifts. See that? And that's what you got to trust. Now, here's the perception change of why I said that Scorpios will try to plant the seed of doubt in how you perceive them. See? Now, this ain't got nothing to do with other people. They're trying to change the way you view them. See? So, we could look at this as being interpretation versus intentions. See, so why people hate Scorpio is because they read between the lines constantly, fam. You got to give a person a chance. Damn, you really that afraid to be hurt? This is the pure weakness of Scorpio. They can't listen, bro. See, there's one thing to fall off a bike, right? And get hurt, right? But you heal, right? You get up, you put on some alcohol, not alcohol wipes, but you'll use some peroxide and chill out and maybe put you know, with a little cold pack or something, you just heal up, right? Boom. You ain't gonna it ain't gonna kill you unless you get hit by, unless something really traumatic, crazy happens or jumps off, but you just fell off your bike. So what? Boom, right? But here's the thing what a lot of people don't understand about Scorpios is that they are really, really vulnerable, bro. And they get hurt the most out of everybody in the zodiac, bro. See, they cannot manage their emotions, bro. So, could you imagine you cheat on a Scorpio, right? Now there's a open wound. See, you know how when you heal, that wound closes and then it's like it leaves a scar? Nope. With Scorpio, they are highly vulnerable to, bro, highly vulnerable to pain. It's cold-blooded. Pain leaves a wound, and this pain is embedded in them. No healing. Noodles with no packet. It's just open. See? And that's the thing why I'm trying to tell you is if it would just take a little poke at Scorpio, they would die, bro. They cannot handle pain. Their weakness is pain. That's why they weaponize it. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. That's why I say so. If you can inflict pain, so can I. But can you take my hits? No, you can't, because you're too vulnerable. You're too vulnerable to pain. That's why you want the insecurity is that they don't feel secure unless they have access to your emotions. But they don't understand. See, everything starts with you. They don't understand that it is not about perception in the first place. It's about clarity. If you don't have clarity, your eyes can deceive you. So you so busy focusing on other people's emotions and having access to it, what, rather than your own. You put people first before yourself, Scorpio. See, other people don't gotta shed their skin like you. If you just let go of the hurt instead of being butthurt, then you will heal faster. But that's the thing. You can't heal from not even one hit, bro. One hit leaves an open wound, fam. No stitches. See? So that's why you are afraid of the light, bro. Because you don't want the world to know just how soft you are, how soft you really are. You can't take pain. You can't take listen, if you step on them, bro, they die. They die. You want to know why? Because they refuse to be healed, bro. It's cold-blooded. You can't listen, bro. If you afraid of hurt, you afraid of any type of pain, bro, you gonna be hurt every damn day, bro. All day long, you gonna cry, bro. And ain't nobody coming to save you. Crying don't do nothing but make you feel better. Nobody gives a shit about you crying. That's for you. That's how you process and heal yourself. That's you. See? And when Scorpios get hit, they really be in pain to where they literally rage because it hurts so bad, bro. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. When Pisces meets Scorpio, it looks at Pisces like, what you smiling for? Why you so goddamn happy? And then Pisces is like, look, let me heal you. I see your traumas. You got, damn, dude, you know your head is open, Brody. Damn, you know your wound is just so damn. I see these traumas, bro. Who shit? A Pisces might even start crying just looking at the damn Scorpio. Just because of Pisces see all that shit they holding on to. They holding on to. Listen, bro. When Pisces meets Scorpio, Scorpio literally has all these knives in them, bro. To where instead of pulling the knife out and healing from it, Scorpio still got the damn knife from their damn ex from like 5 years ago, bro. They like, yeah, my ex, man, yeah, my ex did this to me. And yeah, man, they holding on to the knife because they're afraid to let go, because if they let go, they're afraid of what? Being controlled by somebody else's attack. See, somebody hurt them, it's like they can't let go of the hurt because they still want a piece of that other person's existence. See, it's like, oh, you hurt me, so I got to hurt you because we are bonded together. See, it's a soul thing, but it's demonic because it's like, bro, you gonna stay hurt, bro. Let it go. Take the knife out. And what Pisces is like, look, bro, Pisces is the light to Scorpio's wounds, bro. So it's like the Band-Aid. It's like, oh, I see what you heard about. Take it out. So Pisces will literally just take the sword out of Scorpio, and then Scorpio's like, oh, man, I feel so much better. No shit, because you've been holding that for how long? See that? So here's the thing. Interpretation versus intent. Why people hate Scorpio is because Scorpios assume that there are hidden meanings in actions. But we just said that, bro. We just said that. It's not hidden meanings. You focus on the wrong stuff. See, anything that could possibly hurt them, they will try to what? Either destroy it, sabotage it, control it, because they're afraid of it. So this fear annihilates them. See, they're prisoners of their own fears, bro. And here's the thing. They can say stuff like, oh, you're busy. Let's say you got a job, right? Your Scorpio man or woman is not working, right? And they know you work full time, right? Let's just say you're more busier than they are. All of a sudden, the Scorpio will think that there's hidden meanings within your schedule. See? And all of a sudden, they will say you're avoiding them. But you're at work. You work full time, 11 to 7, whatever it may be, 10 to 6, whatever, right? And here's the thing. They revisit past conversations mentally. So any type of past conversation with the past lives, people they used to talk to, even if they were like 14 years old and they got their heart broken, that is still a wound that they have not been healed from. That's why it becomes a trauma, bro. That's what traumas are. Traumas are those past issues that you have not been healed from, that still haunt you today. So that's why they can project onto somebody else with that person's innocence all their traumas, and now they can hurt other people and make themselves feel better because now we're bonded to the same pain. Man, it's cold-blooded, bro. That ain't that sad? See? And here's the thing. Another reason why people hate Scorpio is because they connect patterns that other people ignore. See? And another thing, they can link those small behaviors over time. And these behaviors, they loop. They keep happening over and over and over. Because here's the thing. The secret with Scorpio, or why people hate Scorpio, is because Scorpios, they rely heavily on intuition alone. But here's the thing. You cannot do that, bro. See, you still have to be somewhat practical. You still have to be somewhat logical. You have to still use wisdom. You can't just rely on intuition alone. But Scorpio does, bro. And that's why they get themselves hurt, bro. Because you could think you know something and be wrong. Because what are you processing? What are you processing your emotions of which you feel through what? Just the intuition? You can't just go off of intuition. You got to have clarification. You got to have the facts, bro. You got to have the facts and the intuition, bro. And see, here's the thing. When it comes to distancing themselves and also trying to control themselves based on how they look is why they always end up trying to reset themselves. See? And this is why they wear the poker face, so that way you don't see them as they're trying to adjust. It's almost like, yeah, you're getting nervous, so now you ghost everybody because now you're trying to make sure you basically keep a straight face so that you do not look hurt in front of others. See, that's what I'm saying. You feel the A whoopings, but then you try to show the face that, oh, nothing hurts, when you're really internally hurting, bro. See, that's why you just randomly explode, and now even the lights start to shatter. You walk in the bathroom, and then the light it don't even turn on no more because everything's feeling your energy. And what is that doing? To communicate to you to let all that shit go. Because it ain't going nowhere. See? So here's the thing. People hate Scorpios because they could go distant just to regain clarity. Like, you can't even just go take a nap, bro, and then come back and what? Rejuvenate it? Sometimes you heal in your sleep. But if you ask them, I'm not finna hide from nobody, bro. So now you looking at your intuition telling you that bedtime is actually time to play hide and seek. Okay. I mean, I thought it was the time to heal for the day. Okay, rest for the day, right? Nope. See, another thing is people hate Scorpios because they reduce communication when they feel uncertain. So imagine if somebody is in a situation, they feel uncertain. Next thing you know, they want to get out of the conversation. They want to talk less. See that? Because they don't even know what to say. Now, another thing, why people hate Scorpios, because Scorpios, they like to step back instead of arguing. See? So that lets you know they don't even they can't even articulate what they feel because it hurts so bad, right? Now, another thing is that people hate Scorpios because they re-engage only when things are stable again. It's like they wait for you to actually have dinner ready. Now they want to come. Okay, once dinner is ready, now they want to reappear and act like, oh, like they'll come in the situation, act like nothing happened, bro. Or they want to talk when things are all well again. Like, okay, in the heat of the moment, they stop talking and disappear. But when dinner's ready and you are ready to move on, now they want to talk about it again. See, once you get peace within yourself, where you either say, okay, this ain't worth me arguing about, I'm going to go on with my day. So you cook dinner, or you just move on. Then the Scorpio wants to rehatch. Now they want to get back into that whole back and forth shit, right? So that's the one thing to watch out for and why people hate Scorpio. People also hate Scorpio because Scorpios, they don't always explain why they withdraw immediately from a situation. See? Now, going back to the perception situation, because it's based on power dynamics here in relationships and friendships, is because, see, a Scorpio, they'll try to stay calm in emotional tension that they've caused. See? To try to make it seem like, oh, it has nothing to do with them, see? But they're really trying to maintain power in the situation by making you think that, oh, it's you. See that? So that's why I said they always do these things to change the way you see them. They want you to see them as being powerful, not weak. Now, another thing they do, another reason why people hate Scorpio is because they don't reveal their reactions easily. So you don't really know what they're reacting to when they actually get mad later. See, because Scorpio waits. Think of a person that takes pain and then all of a sudden reacts later. It's like shaking up a drink and then setting it on the counter, only till later on somebody decides to pick that one and then exposing their face. Like, yo, hey man, what the hell? Who shook this up? It's Scorpio, right? Now, another thing is this. Why people hate Scorpios is because they also wait before responding to conflict. See? So it's like they'll just bring it up later or bring it up at a time where you don't even want to go there or you don't have the energy emotionally to handle it, right? Now, another reason why people hate Scorpio is because they like to choose timing carefully in conversations. So it's hard to really have a legitimate conversation with them. See, because they like to pick the right time to discuss things. They're very calculated, yes, and they will pick a time when it's not even like time yet. Like they'll pick a time to talk about something that's very stressful or something that's like, oh, let's say you're getting dressed for work. They could be trying to talk about something like that's is gonna get a reaction out of you because you're getting ready for work. Like, oh, they like to try to ruin your mood, in other words, or ruin your day ahead of time. See, when they get like this. Now, another thing is they also why people hate Scorpios because they don't like to rush emotional decisions. Now, when it comes to trusting them, people can hate Scorpio because a Scorpio will take their time to fully trust someone. See, so this could be years from now. This might not be like just a few months. They might not trust you for damn near, it could be 2 years from now. And that is like, they're not going to tell you that. See? So you might think the Scorpio loves you, that they trust you, and only to realize they don't trust you. This is why your Scorpio husband or your Scorpio wife, hey, they might volunteer to take you to work. But you think that, oh, thanks, babe. Thanks for taking me to work this morning. You don't even know secretly the insecurity is that I don't want you driving off to some man's house, or I don't want you getting a nice late night snack from somebody else. You see what I'm saying? So it's like they're trying to control anything that they feel that could be a source for you to use to actually betray them, see, or to go sleep with someone else. See, so that's the whole thing. You might think they're actually looking out for you when they're actually trying to control the situation because they don't trust you. See, now another thing why people hate Scorpio is that a Scorpio can reassess relationships quietly. See, so it's like they can be sneaky on how they're going to end the relationship, start the relationship. Maybe having somebody reserved to show up automatic, to show up suddenly that nobody knows about. As I mentioned, they can have emotional backup partners. Okay, those can be emotionally set up like that in so many ways. Now, another thing is that why people hate Scorpios is that they watch behavior more than words. So they even if you let's say you just have a bad way of expressing yourself, they can look at that. See, let's say you you might have something you just can't control about yourself. Doesn't necessarily mean that your intent is like bad, or that let's say you just have some type of illness, or anything going on that it could be involuntary to where you just can't control it, but they're gonna go off of your they're gonna go off your actions, not your words, in other words. So it's like your behavior, excuse me. So another thing is that why people hate Scorpios, that Scorpios can value consistency over promises, okay? So even if you promise something, they might not even believe you, okay? And you could be sitting up there having all type of promises set aside where they might not even believe a word you're even saying, right? Okay, so going back to the structure of the situation that you got to be careful with, and why people hate Scorpio is because of their patterns, Brody. The patterns of their behaviors. You have to watch them clearly, because yeah, a lot of times they don't do what they said they were going to do. And I'm going to tell you why. Because they keep their emotions privately tucked in, okay? You don't even really know how they really feel about you or anyone else or themselves. They also can be selective openly, okay? So they might not even, they probably won't even talk to certain people. They might have their set person, see, or their set group of people or friends. But then let's say those friends might be, put it like this, beneath the surface. You might not even know who their real friends are. They could be hanging with a group of people, and those are not even the friends that, that they consider friends. It's like, oh, those are just associates, but this is the person you see them with every day. So they can have strong boundary settings, okay, where they're only gonna go where they feel comfortable. See, another thing is why people hate Scorpios is because it's almost like they have a pattern recognition when it comes to the people that they know. So in those people, it could be like, oh, these are the same people that they hang around when they get on BS. It's like, oh, if a Scorpio starts to cheat in a relationship, now he's hanging with Andre. Andre be cheating on his wife. So it's like, you wonder why every time the Scorpio cheats, they always have they're people. It's like, oh, you start hanging around OJ when you start to drink, when you want to, go out and get drunk. And, put it like this. It's like they may not even show up for days on end, and it's because they're hanging with Andre. See? It's like those type of situations. Another reason why people hate Scorpios because they're slow to trust, okay? So as they as they build it, it just takes forever. See? It's like unrealistic. Another reason why uh people hate Scorpio is because they like to withdraw instead of confrontation. And this is just a recap, okay? Just so you guys know. Also, they're very highly sensitive to loyal shifts, because it's like as soon as they test or detest, or they just feel like something is not genuine, they harp on it, okay? They also can have a deep observation before they actually attach to a situation. So they will literally just watch you with hawk eyes just to make sure, hey, whatever, they always think they're going to miss something. So they're always lurking, watching you, okay? Now, one thing about it is before they open up, they would rather be emotionally safe first, okay? So that's their preference. Now, another thing is this is, like I say, part one. Let me see. Yes, definitely. Yep, definitely, William. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you definitely gotta be careful. I mean, let me see here. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. Like, yeah, they definitely intense, Lonnie. Appreciate everybody too that and Go Diego Go said seem like they play too many mind games and have to have chaos around them. Yes, that's the thing, but see, it's like Scorpio is more like their listen, like, okay, so their detriment is exposure. See that? So it's like having they only they only actually change and become enlightened, and where they die, transform into the rising phoenix, because at that third stage is when they realize that, okay, none of this other stuff that I did, I no longer have to take these routes anymore. Okay, so then all of a sudden they become a higher version of themselves, where they no longer do those other deeds or those, because of the karma. Once they see, the outcome from which they started, they start to become, a higher version, a better version of themselves. So then it's like now that they see the world different. Then until they get to that stage is when they start to realize that, wow, I don't have to be like that in order to know things or get to know, they don't have to go about it through manipulation, trauma, control. So they end up, those things have to die, fam. So this is like, how can I say this to make sense? It's like all these things have to die. See? So it's like people, how can I say this? Not to make it sound complicated. It's like, imagine where a Scorpio thinks is you. See? They have to know that it's them. Now, if they make a mistake, they have to know, okay, I made a mistake and take accountability. But it's going to take accountability for them to get to the next stage. But as soon as they realize that they were wrong, they had the wrong way of thinking, they learned the lesson, then they get that, it's like a graduate to that next stage. Then it's like once they start doing that, they rise from the ashes because all that stuff has to die. That control, that all that stuff that they once used to use, it has to die in order for them to reach a higher, a better version of themselves in that higher frequency. So if you ever do see Scorpio smiling or just, expressing joy, they may be at that third stage. They may have fully evolved from all those, like, low vibration um characteristics. So that's why I said, like, until they get to that point, they will start doing that serpent snake like behavior. But remember, it's a pattern, see? Because they have to put it like this. They have to structure it and build it that way in order for them not to feel uh vulnerable. Because think about it. If, like what I'm doing right now, if I was a sun in Scorpio, for instance, this ain't it could, I mean, it really ain't got nothing to do with moon or rising yet in this situation, in this example I'm about to explain. But if you were sun in Scorpio, they wouldn't want to just sit here in the car and be doing no videos. They might not even want to be on camera. You see, or showing their face. They might wear a mask. They might do something where you can't see their face. They might actually just have a channel where they're just doing voiceovers. Cause a lot of times you gotta, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all in other words. Scorpios do not like to reveal anything about themselves. See? So it's like if they do something, they always got something covered up. It's like, okay, I'm talking, but I'm not showing my real face. Or hey, I got this going on, but this ain't got nothing to do with me. Like it's always something that's done strategically or slick to protect them from feeling vulnerable, meaning that they try to take put it like this. They try to take the sword out of your hand so you can't use it against them. So it's like to take your right away from hurting them or being able to, because they know, oh, if I leave myself open, if I do any type of um if I show myself somewhat vulnerable, you're just gonna hurt me. That's how they think. See? So they live their life in fear. And that fear is what holds them back. Because even if a Scorpio has a good friend and a good friend basically, creates an advantage for the Scorpio, because let's say the person is showing themselves vulnerable enough to get to know the Scorpio. Sometimes a Scorpio would take advantage of that person. How do I know this to be true? I actually knew a Scorpio that told me this. See, several. Oh, if you offer, I'm taking it. It's like, oh, if you show, like I asked this lady, right? I was talking to her on the lift ride. And I asked her, I said, are you a Scorpio? And she said, yeah, how do you know that? How do you know my sign? How do you know that? She said, damn, that's kind of different. You actually knew my sign. I said, yeah, it kind of gave me the feel because she was quiet back there. I didn't really hear her like move around too much, say much. She was like not even in her phone. Then long story short, you guys, she was like, I said, I got a question for you. I just want you to like answer this honestly, like I just want you to answer. And I said, if you I said, if you meet somebody that is weak, like let's say somebody offers or like, you know, just something, let's say they're being extremely nice to you. I said, would you take advantage of them? And she said, hell yeah. She was like, hell yeah, I take advantage of him. I mean, shit. If he ain't being too nice, hell, I'm gonna get him for everything he got. I said, okay, well, I appreciate it. I just wanted to know. I said, because I run a YouTube channel, and I said, yeah, I just wanted to get your I wanted to hear from the horse mouth, like I wanted to. I ain't saying she looked like a horse, but I'm saying I just want to hear it from the horse's mouth. So there you have it. I was like, yo, if she just said it clearly, oh, if he's nice, hell yeah, I'm gonna run all over him. She don't have no sympathy for. She ain't gonna do the right thing. In other words, she ain't gonna just like that. Let you know right there, like she's basically saying she's gonna devour a person if they show any form of like being like nice or just cordial, being polite. She gonna see that as an opportunity to do something else. See, and that's why I said like just be careful with Scorpio, because sometimes it's like to know their true intent is scary sometimes. That's all I'm saying. Okay, now let me see if I had something else. Oh, now this is important, man. I almost forgot to tell y'all this. Okay, so here are the traits you gotta watch out for too. Is that why people it drives people crazy. These are some crazy okay. So the whole emotional control can be disguised in their composure. Okay, so they could be extremely calm all while being this way. Okay, as they look composed on the outside, that's the way they want you to perceive them to be, or to to see. That's the way they want you to perceive them as. So, but here's the thing: a Scorpio can be well composed, but then they can like internally track everything. So you think the argument is over between you and that Scorpio, but then all of a sudden, months later, they just bring it up with all these. Oh man! So then that's a thing that can actually take you by, they catch you off guard. Now, another thing is that a Scorpio can also silently punish you instead of communicating to you about the situation. So they can end up just going cold instead of saying what's wrong, okay? And then all of a sudden they could become distant. But then when you ask them, like, hey, is anything happening? Like, is everything good between me and you? They'll tell you that nothing's wrong. That is evil, fam. That's evil as hell, bro. Like, how you gonna punish me? And then I even try to talk about it, and now you tell me everything's good, but then still feel some type of way. See? So that's another reason why people hate Scorpio. Another thing too that drive people crazy about Scorpio is the only reason why they'll be loyal to you is through conditions. Bro, but this a thing. He can literally get on one knee, propose to you, and literally speak all these sweet nothings into your ear. You being a woman, you really think this man really love you, really loyal to you, ain't been with nobody else, ain't had the heart or the soul to do so. But it's almost like he's loyal or she's loyal, but it's like this unspoken loyalty that they expect for you to do, that they're not even willing to do. See? So they can basically so they might want you to support them financially. But then if you do one small slip up where you don't come through for them, they're gonna betray you. It's cold-blooded. It's like they want their way. They want you to be on they want certain conditions. That's why I said loyalty is an illusion, you guys. See that? Because everybody that wants loyalty expects things to go a certain way based on conditions. Not just Scorpio. A lot of people are like this, where they only are going to be loyal unless they're getting some sort of support. And then as soon as you can't do it, they're going to betray you. They'll cheat on you, do anything to sabotage the situation just because they didn't get their way. Now, another thing why people hate Scorpio is because Scorpios, they like to um as they begin to test you without telling you that they're doing this. Okay, as I mentioned this. Now, here's the difference. Even a Scorpio will lie to you, make up things or situations just to see what you'll do. Could you imagine them telling you something that didn't happen? That never happened. Oh, such was talking about you. Oh, yeah, they said this, they said that, just to stir you up. See, just to get you going. And then all of a sudden, they can act distant just because they know that they've already started some shit and then just disappear. See, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Now, just know that anytime you catch them trying to do things privately, that's a secret. Okay. They have many secrets. So people hate Scorpio because those times or situations that they are put it like this, it's like where they will want to be private about. All of a sudden that turns into secrecy. So even if they say that the healthy um it's like even if they think that the privacy that they're looking for that they need to have for themselves is healthy, it becomes a situation where they'll explain it to you and say, oh, this has always been the true me. So as you begin to notice it, it's like, yo, why are you being this way? Why are you being private? Why didn't you answer your phone? Or, hey, I text you and this and that, right? It's like, oh, they'll try to throw it on you at the last minute that I've always been like this. Oh, you never knew this about me. Oh, you didn't really know. You never fully knew me in the first place as an excuse. But here's the problem. You end up opening up, and then all of a sudden there's a power imbalance. See, because they don't. See, and here's another thing. As I mentioned with revenge, a Scorpio will hold a grudge way longer than admit it. It's like, yo, you, I stepped on your shoe and you still mad about that shit and it's been what, 2 years? They will literally be wounded by that situation 2 years later. You could be like, yo, bro, hey, you want to go to Taco Bell with me so we can shit at the same time? Cause you know I sharded last time. You know what? I'm not funny, bro. I'm not. I shouldn't. You know what? I'm sorry. I shouldn't even have said that, y'all. But the thing about it, no. But the thing about it is this: you could be in a situation where they will hold a grudge because you stepped on their shoe, okay? And then all of a sudden, it's like they would say they moved on from it, like, oh, I ain't mad at you over stepping on my shoe. I only wear a size 10, so it's okay. Cause those shoes that you stepped on, they was a size 13. So you didn't really step on me. You just stepped on the little extra part of the shoe that, hey, I can't fit. You know, I'm not funny. Why am I saying? I don't know, guys. I'm not a comedian. I'm not saying nothing funny. I know that was corny. I shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry. You know, I approve this message. Okay, so the thing about it is this, those old situations randomly end up becoming what? Used against you later. So stepping on shoes, any type of situation between you and the Scorpio where they felt like, oh, holding a grudge, held against it or for it, boom, that's what they'll do. Now, why people hate Scorpio is because of the intensity that they give is 24/7. See, I thought Quick Trip was only open 24/7, but no. With the Scorpio intensity is on 10 all day long. So everything is deep. Everything that they do is serious, and everything they do is emotional. See? So a small disagreement ends up turning into a trust issue every single damn time. See? So another reason why people hate Scorpios because they control their disguise, okay? Their control of their disguise, of their whole way that they disguise themselves, they do this as a protection, see? And what tends to happen is they might say, oh, I'm doing this because I'm looking out for you. But no, they're just trying to tell you who to trust and who to avoid. See that? So don't fall for this. They might say, oh, I'm riding in a bulletproof car because I'm trying to look out for you. Bro, no. See, they just trying to control things. This is why they start off doing this outrageous stuff in the first place. Another reason why people hate Scorpio is because the jealousy. They are very, very jealous. But here's the problem. They won't admit it. So they'll act detached first instead to try to look not jealous, if that makes sense. And then they could also, now to be careful of this slick move that they do, because it's snake-like, is that when they feel jealous, they can act like they're not interested. Like, oh, everything you got going on is boring. Oh yeah, I don't want to go. I'm all right. They'll act like they absolutely have no interest in what you're doing because they're jealous. See, they just don't want you to know. And here's the thing. Even when you know a Scorpio is jealous of you, I'm going to tell you, they act uninterested. At the same time, they're watching your every move. It's cold blooded. The problem is you don't know they're watching you because they're watching you in the dark. See, they're probably somewhere caped out somewhere. And guess what? They could be prying on Facebook, watching your news feeds, searching your name up, going to findpeople.com and Spookio, whatever it's called, Spokio, looking you up, trying to find out what you up to, what you doing, where you working. Yes, because they're jealous. And here's the thing. People don't understand because of these power struggles. See, in the relationships, there's always power struggles. Is why people hate Scorpio. So why do you think they want all the power in the relationship in the first place? Because they don't like feeling vulnerable. So they can turn those emotional moments that you guys experience with each other into dominance battles. See, where they don't want you to say nothing. They don't want you to go to work. They don't even want you to hang with your sister. They can get jealous at you being with the dog. Taking the dog on a walk can make a Scorpio woman furious. She could get jealous because you act, this man, put it like this. You could be taking the dog out for a walk at the beach. And because you never asked the Scorpio to do that, she could get extremely jealous because you took the dog on a walk. Oh, where were you guys at? Oh, you guys must have been having fun. Oh, where'd you guys go? Oh yeah, I took Betsy to the lake. Who the hell is Betsy? The dog, duh. Oh yeah. Oh, so you took Betsy to the dog? You said, hey, you took Betsy to the damn lake, but you didn't even never ask me to go to the lake. Bro, you want to make this about you now? Now you sound like a Leo. See, it's like little stuff like that. Like a Leo would do the same thing. Oh, you didn't ask me to go. Oh, you would take the dog and hey, you would go do this, but hey, you never asked me if I would like to go to the lake for a walk. Bro, that's the type of stuff you be dealing with them. Another reason why people hate Scorpio, bro. They read into everything. You can't do nothing, bro. See, nothing is taken at face value, bro. You can say, I went to the store with my brother. Guess what? I saw you walking down the street, you and that one dude that you always, and I know what y'all was doing. Y'all was going over that house. It's like, bro, no, we went to the damn store, man. It was hot as hell. Why would we waste gas? Oh, I know what it was. You didn't drive the car because you didn't want me to come at, bro. I'm not running from nothing. But that's the thing. They think they know everything. An example too is this. You can say that I'm tired, right? Be extremely tired. All of a sudden, they think it's because of them. Oh, they think you saying I'm tired of you. See, another thing, why people hate Scorpio, they have a revenge mindset constantly. So even subtly, they constantly want to get back at something. So even though they may not always be dramatic, they're very calculated. They're always looking at getting even. So if 2 + 2 is 4, you best believe they trying to get it down to 2. All right. So another reason is why they will rather keep the score instead of instead of comforting you, or I mean, excuse me, instead of confronting you, they would rather keep the score. Now, another thing is that why people hate Scorpio is that they're um hard to forgive, okay? So they easily remember all the slights, everything that happened, because this is how they feel. They feel if they forgive you, they feel like, oh, that you're trying to make them forget about it, which is sick. See, it's like, why do you think that? See, in other words, so they feel like, oh, if I forgave you for something, the Scorpio feels oh, like you're trying to change their energy on how their energy will continue to to be around you or deal with you. So what I'm saying is they'll forgive you or say they forgave you, but their energy never reset from it, if that makes sense. So they're still upset about it. They never actually got rid of the energy from which, put it like this, from whatever you did, they will say with their mouth, I forgave you, but their energy never resets about it, if that makes sense. That's why it's like they hold a grudge. Now, another reason why people hate Scorpio is because they mirror energy. So the difference here from like a Pisces per se is the fact that it's amplified, okay? So whatever you do, the Scorpio will return it stronger, if that makes sense. So if you do something to a Scorpio, how they sting you is just like, if you slap them across the face, they're gonna put a if you slap across the face, they're gonna put a bruise on your face. Like, it's like every time you do something, imagine, like, I know it sounds kind of like crazy and funny, but let's say, like, if you push, if you actually listen, if you push no, if you poke a Scorpio, they're gonna push you back. So it's like if you slap a Scorpio, they're gonna run you over. It's never even playing ground or playing, it's not an even playground with them. It's like, oh, if you do something, you talk to them, they're gonna yell at you. If you yell at them, they're gonna scream at you. It's like, damn, they take it up a notch. Every time you do something to a Scorpio, they do something worse. So their mindset is to mirror your energy, but amplify it, okay? So that's why people hate them. And then another thing is this, is that even if you pull away slightly, they disappear completely. See that? So even on a physical scale, and even on a let's say you're just pulling away, they'll start doing things just like they're trying to counter you. Oh, you wanna pull away? Well, guess what? I'm leaving. I ain't coming back. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. This is not a tick for tack situation. This is intense. See, this, you're just dealing with pure intensity. That's what intense, people don't understand this, but that's when you break down intensity. This is what I'm explaining. Now, another thing why people hate Scorpio is that those emotional walls that they put up. See, they put these up because they know that these emotional walls are not real. See, the emotional walls of which a Scorpio puts up, guess what they're there for? They're there to waste your goddamn time. Could you imagine you trying to get past something that was put there that's not even a boundary? It just it's just in the way. It's just in the way. So they really got all these emotions mean nothing, bro. They're just there to get in your way. So what happens is when you literally come across them, see, it takes forever to actually get close to them, bro. Bro, could you imagine you really want to get to know a Scorpio? Like, let's say like you just love something about them. Maybe they talk the way they talk to you. You might find them handsome if you're a female. You might find her to be beautiful. Fine, you want to really talk to her, right? Only to find out that you cannot get close to them because of these emotional walls that they put up. And guess what? When you're trying to get to them, guess what you're faced with? An emotional wall. That's not real. See? So you can't even, a Scorpio ain't even hearing nothing you saying. And you trying to get to know them. But they blocking you off. See? Something is blocking you from getting their undivided attention, if that makes sense. So they set up and put up these emotional walls that are purposely placed to waste time. See? So it takes forever to actually get close to them. And then what happens is months in, it still feels like you don't fully know them. It's cold blooded. After being with them for months, you still don't fully know them. See? So another reason why people hate Scorpio is because Scorpios always have to control the narrative. So they shape how other people see situations, even if they caused the problems, even if they were the ones at fault. See, so this is not a fair playing, it's not a fair game. It's not being played fair. So an example is like this. A Scorpio can tell their side of the story in a way that subtly favors them. That's how you know they don't always tell the full story. You ask the Scorpio, yo, what happened between y'all? Why did you, hey, why was they shooting? Oh man, because I had parked in my spot. See, I paid $250 a month to have that spot. And he gonna try to come over there and park. And I told him that he can't park in my spot. But what he really did was he parked in somebody else's spot. But he thought he see the thing is they leave out that little detail. And then until let's say it's a Pisces might say, be honest, man, was that really your spot? A Scorpio will be like, no, it wasn't my spot, but I wasn't finna park all the way outside. I wasn't finna park far 20 feet away when my damn apartment is right here on the first floor. I wasn't finna park way back there. So sometimes the Scorpio could take somebody's spot, but then tell a story in such a way to subtly, favor their side. So that way they get the whole sympathy, they control the narrative, okay? Now, another reason why people hate Scorpio is because when the Scorpio uses intuition, they use it as an assumption. See? So they end up saying to themselves, oh, I trust my gut even when they're wrong. See that? And that's why I keep saying that you just can't rely on your intuition itself because you got to make sure you're not assuming things. You have to have the facts. You have to have clarification when you use the intuition in order to use it correctly. Now, an example is the fact that a Scorpio can accuse you based on a feeling that they had, but let's say that feeling was more emotional, if that makes sense. So now you can't use the intuition with emotions, in other words. Now, another reason why people hate Scorpio is because they have a push-pull behavior pattern, okay? So a lot of times, if you come close to a Scorpio, they will literally push away from you, okay? So anytime you try to call a Scorpio, they will not answer their phone on purpose because there's anytime you try to come close to them, they will purposely push you away. And it's like, could you imagine? You really think you got something going with that Scorpio, and every time you try to get close to them, they push you away, push you away. So what tends to happen here is that you could have a deep connection with a Scorpio one day, and then all of a sudden they could become distant the next. See that? So another thing why people hate Scorpio is that a Scorpio feels like they don't lose. Okay, instead they withdraw. So even if they were to lose in a situation, they will withdraw themselves. Okay, because instead of resolving the problem, they just simply exit. See? So here it could be an argument that ends in them disappearing. See? Because they don't want you to get the last word. Now, another reason why people hate Scorpio is because Scorpios study people like a game. See? So what they tend to do or like to do is use observation. And when they use this observation with you, what they like to do is um observe, but what it can feel like they're strategically observing you, like they're playing a game. So an example is this: a Scorpio can know your weaknesses and then use them at the right time. See, use them against you at the right time. See, now, like I say, that sums up my reasons why, 100 reasons why people don't like Scorpio. So like, comment, share, subscribe. I appreciate everybody for coming out and, hearing me out and watching the content. And I love y'all. Catch y'all tomorrow or later today. Peace out.